good evening and welcome, adventurers. It's Wednesday night. We are here for One Shot Wednesdays on GrowedUpGeek Gaming. I am your host and Dungeon Master this evening, back up in the box. Manny at GrowedUpGeek on Twitter, Twitch, Instagram. And if you like what we do here, all of our streams are available on YouTube. Just search GrowedUpGeek, all one word. You can see our entire first campaign, Season 1 of One Shot Wednesdays, as well as our limited narrative series that we've done, Artis Ad Solum and Assault on Mount Celestia, with some of these fabulous people. So yeah, we're back. We are back after a month with me as a player to Sam, Cosmo, and Litza, who DM'd for us. In the meantime, thank you so much. Sam's loved it so much that he's stuck around as a player beyond his his DM commitments, and we thank him and Dave actually for their also commitment, as we are truly an international show this evening with two players up from the UK staying up late to hang out with us. So we are glad to have them, and we thank them for being here. Real quick, we are going to just go around the room, meet two new first timers, a couple of old hats at this, people who've been promoted through the chaos ranks, that they're here to bring the big chaos towards the end of the season. Before we get to our show tonight, let's meet our amazing cast of players who are sure to enjoy destroying what I have worked on with a smile on their face, and we'll all have a good time. First, somebody who I've been trying to play with for about a year now, but because of international times and the such, we haven't been able to make it happen until tonight. Dave, welcome from the UK, and tell us about Rockjaw.
Yeah, so my name's Dave, currently residing in the UK, and yeah, he's a Harangun or a rabbit folk, and he's a barbarian, a path of the ancestral warrior barbarian. So never played a barbarian before, so we'll see what happens. It's nice to be here, and yeah, it's hoping I do some damage as a barbarian. So
Nice.
yeah.
An adorable little rabbit one at that. If not, you can remind everybody that we're late to something and just kind of storm through the jungle. All right.
Yeah.
Next up, one of our guest DMs, who I am very thankful for his time here on the show and his great two-part adventure, Shadow Within the Hills. Sam, back again this week. Tell us about Solaityr?
Solaityr.
Solaityr.
So close. Solaityr is a human fighter monk hybrid who is a rune knight fighter and way of the mercy monk, and likes to punch people a lot.
And heal them afterwards. Yeah.
It depends how he feels about you. If it's a barroom brawl, yeah, he'll get you back up afterwards. Otherwise, nah, you're staying down.
Look, just know that I can. It doesn't mean that I will. Those are two separate thoughts.
Exactly.
All right, fabulous.
Exactly.
All right, our other first timer here, also somewhat attached to, somehow I put you guys together, so that worked out well. Roxy, welcome to the show for your first time, and tell us about Trym.
Trym is a little bit reckless, Tabaxi Ranger, and is only here to follow Grax and make sure he doesn't die because he owes her a lot of money.
I want to say that this is a stretch of role play, but as somebody who is married myself, I imagine that is why my wife would follow me around on adventures. Not because I owe her money, but just because I have some. She doesn't want me to do something stupid. So I get it. I expect genuine moments here. Like, stop it, put that down. Don't touch that. Pick your feet up. I'm sweeping up the trail. All right. Moving upstairs, the apparent ward of Trym, who's apparently in debt and a troublemaker as well. John, tell us about Grax.
I am playing Grax Greenside. I am the other half of the barbarian coin in this party today. I'll be playing a bear totem. I am from one of the local tribes based in this setting, and I am here to help them find their way through this setting. I don't want to give away too much of the information that we've been given. So,
all right. Cool. Appreciate it. All right. Last and not least, my bard hero in real life, finally playing an actual bard in these games. Robin, tell us about Seriphione. I was like,
Seriphione is a young tiefling who is College of Spirits, which is something that I've been kind of excited to play since I saw it come out. And she is traveling with a small little lizard friend named Leroy.
all right.
You and the tiny companions.
Listen, Urchin's the best background, and I can't really change that.
Look, I'm just playing the rules as they've been written. Way to go, Wizards of the Coast.
Yeah, just
Is that what it is?
says
It's
that
the
this
urchin?
is the top tier. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're good. It's the urchin thing. Is that where it comes from?
Yes, you get canonically it's a small mouse, but I just had a small mouse with Plago, so I was like, let's change it up a little.
All right. All right, fabulous. These are our amazing players this evening. Like I said, I'm sure hijinks and shenanigans will ensue. And with that, once again, Manny at GrowedUpGeek on your social medias. And we are happy to present our level 10 one-shot adventure tonight, the Faceless Temple. So the party has been hired by Lord Daggalt Neverember, Lord of Neverwinter, on behalf of the Candlekeep Library in their eternal search for knowledge and just a study of history. Recently, in the very dense and at some points unexplored jungle regions of Chult, the Lord's Alliance, based out of Port Niranzanu, has found a lost temple. And as a result, and in their quest for knowledge, they have set out before to try to learn as much as possible about not only the temple, its purpose, but as well as who built it and if it serves any function in today's time frame. Party's been in Port Niranzanu for a couple of days after taking a long ferry ride from Neverwinter. God, thanks for that naming convention. And in your 3-day journey by boat, you have noticed the climate going from very temperate and nice in Neverwinter to oppressively hot and humid. It feels like you've gotten inside of a humidifier that was on fire. As everybody dressed for the occasion and nobody is wearing any heavy armor, it is not as bad as it could be. You are not literally baking inside of a metal shell, but it is still oppressive, and you're sweaty all the time. There are just all kinds of foreign bugs and a very different kind of locale and setting from those used to life in the Sword Coast. And after a couple of days of getting acclimated to the climate and meeting the commanding officer of this expedition, Commander Holmes, a very large and well-built, chiseled, career military man who seems to take no gruff from anybody, has never smiled that you've seen in your limited time together, and is the commander of this kind of almost military expedition as to prevent the looting of this temple that they have recently discovered. Along with Commander Holmes, you have been given Varen, a Lord's Alliance guide who was part of the original expedition out to the temple. The jungle is going to prove to be quite dense, and even people native to this land may not find the temple, so the Lord's Alliance has sought fit to send somebody who's been there before with you. Would anybody like to kind of do anything in town before setting out on what should be about a 3 to 4 day trek through the jungle as guided by Varen?
Drink immediately. find the place and have a nice drink as soon as I can.
Okay.
Yep.
As everybody kind of stumbles into the bar, most people stop, and in that very awkward tavern moment, everybody kind of stops and looks at your kind of interesting party dynamic. And it seems very clear to them that you are not native to Chult. And while everybody is, passably polite and they get you your drinks on time, and, it's become very clear that you all seem to be outsiders. Some of them may have never seen a Harengon before. Not really indigenous to Chult. Barbarians usually kind of draw a certain emotional response from these people who've kind of been ingrained to believe in the jungle savagery of some of the lesser contacted barbarian tribes of the jungle. And as you all sit inside the tavern and kind of get ready mentally for this trek, Varen stands outside, kind of grumbling to herself about not wanting to waste time, and she realizes that you are a necessity, that her survival probably hinges on your presence. But also as a military person under the command of Commander Holmes, who, as we've said, does not seem like a man to be trifled with, she seems very anxious to be going, and every once in a while you can see her kind of pop her head around to the big picture window in front of the tavern, almost looking expectantly, hoping that you'll be paying your tab, or that you'll otherwise be kind of preparing to go.
Yeah, I'm just sitting there quietly, just glaring at everybody who's looking at me, as if to say, what you're looking at, and just, not being vocal, just, for every person that's looking at me, I'm just eyeing them straight back, just drinking my drink and just, keeping quiet. Because obviously I don't want to cause a bar fight as soon as I walk in, but just fed up of everybody staring at me.
Everybody, as you spend more time there, kind of realizes that your physical appearance of being a rabbit folk, it does not kind of belie your intentions nor your capabilities. And after a couple of moments, you can see as if they're almost trying not to stare for the kind of realization they've seen Varen outside and realize that you were all part of the Lord's Alliance kind of expedition here. And suddenly everybody wants to be friendly. And, hey, how's everybody doing? You guys are going out to the jungle. Oh, everybody be careful. Here, take this. And people start buying everybody drinks and kind of toasting to your safe return. And as the kind of mood of the tavern shifts, Varen once again peeks her head like through the in front of the window and just kind of sighs, almost upset that you seem to have found a sense of kind of camaraderie amongst the locals in Port Naranzano.
But every offer of free drink that comes my way, I'm drinking every single one of them. No hesitation, no regard to what's going on, just every drink that comes my way.
You can see Varen outside kind of doing some math on her fingers, trying to figure out how many drinks you've all have had. Just generally impatient, but at no point making any move to kind of act everything along. Trym, what are you doing in the tavern while everybody's kind of drinking and now suddenly friendly? Are you knocking stuff off? You knocking stuff off the bar?
No. No, but I am looking around to see if there's any bets to be made, or what's happening in the bar gambling scene. There's cards being played, or
they seem to have a dice game going on, and it it seems to have kind of gone from this poorly kept secret to this much more solitary kind of everybody kind of hunched over the table as if they're trying to keep any prying eyes out.
At this point, I'll probably just observe until see if there's an opening for me to join the game.
Okay. Grax, what are you doing?
I'm sitting back following Soltair's example and just drinking my drinks every time I see the military person whose name I've already forgotten. Every time I see them look in the window, Varen. Every time I see them look in the window to check on us, I just raise my glass out and keep drinking. Just
she sighs,
enjoying enjoying her discomfort at our leisurely pace.
As she just kind of peers in. She almost looks like she's kind of resigned to the fact that at no point does her impatience seem to be affecting anyone. And you can see her full on take a seat in front of the tavern, back to the window, and you just see kind of the back of her head as she kind of sits there and seems to be like playing with the arrows from her quiver, and just kind of almost pouting for this person of probably some esteem and some capability as a ranger to guide you through the jungle, that she can't go anywhere without you.
Yeah, I'm gonna just grab one of my own. Yeah, because I'm not particularly rushing my drinks. I'm gonna grab a drink that I haven't touched and just stand up, walk out, and just give it to her and walk back in and just say here, and just walk back in the tavern and sit down with everyone else.
She seems kind of taken aback by the gesture of inclusion, and she takes it and nods her head politely, takes a sip. We really should get going before the heat of the afternoon sets in. And then she kind of sits there and just drinks her drink, looking straight out. As you make your way back in, Good.
Yeah, I just mutter as I walk back in, well, you're welcome, and just go and sit down again. So,
As soon as Rockjaw returns, and I don't know what this accent's now become, but screw it. Just immediately burst out laughing and just take another drink, and we are right assholes, aren't we? And then just another drink, and just keep drinking for as long as I can.
Your inflection kind of carries, and you see Varen kind of quick and turn and look to see if that was a sign that maybe an acknowledgement of the situation. And when she sees more drinks, she just kind of crestfallen and goes back to drinking her drink and just kind of maybe her mood's lightened a little. Seems to have maybe a little song in her heart, just kind of drinking. And instead of seeming to pout while waiting, she seems to have adopted more of a people watching kind of thing. You can see her head kind of track back and forth every once in a while, kind of focusing on something in the distance. And after a couple minutes, you may even notice that she kind of at the window holds up her tankard and kind of points to it. And then seeing nobody kind of pick up on the sign, she makes her way inside, gets a drink from the bartender, and even pays the tab for the entire bar.
oh, there's nothing better than a free drink. So.
As she very loudly declares that she has paid, or that on behalf of the Lord's Alliance, she has paid the bar tab for the entire place. A huge, cheer erupts like any tavern would when they find out they don't owe any money. And she stands up on the bar. Precious citizens of Port Maranzano. And you can hear maybe she's a little tipsy. She might not have a high tolerance. You know me. You've seen me come in and out of this place. And those savages that have been killing our people are going to pay. And a kind of round of applause comes up, and with the help of these 4 amazing adventurers, we are going to make this jungle safe again. And a bunch of murmurs and kind of reactions from the crowd. But, we can't do it if we're all sitting here with you. So, I need you to get these brave souls out on that jungle road so that we can attain whatever knowledge comes from that temple to make this a better place. What say you? Do you want this to be a better place? And the crowd, yeah! Do you want to help me get these adventurers out on the road? I probably shouldn't be standing up on this bar. I could fall. Not the most dexterous of professions, if you get what I'm saying. And you can see her like kind of wink at a gnome off in the distance. I'll talk to you when I get back. Anyway, so if we're all ready to go, I say we go out into the jungle. What say you? We come back, I'll buy everybody more drinks. Because I got a lot of money. It's not even mine. So, yeah. And then she just kind of like tries to gracefully step off the bar onto the bar stool onto a floor. And as she makes the step from the bar to the bar stool, she slips and falls, crashes hard to the floor, pops right back up. I'm okay. Luckily, there's no bar stools in the jungle. I'll be outside.
You should have landed the dismount a bit better, but maybe a double flip as well.
Grax just holds up a card with a 4 on it.
As the bar kind of cringes, ooh, and then realizes that she's okay. Like, she's okay, yay! And she starts, we're going out into the jungle, and we're going to make it safe.
Rockjaw turns to Grax and just says, I think she's trying to tell us something. What do you think?
I don't know. He just takes another drink.
No, okay. I don't get it either. No.
She stands outside. You can see her kind of trying to gather herself a little bit. Maybe not leading on as much that how much it hurt when she fell. But even now the crowd starts to kind of look at you very differently, as if you intend to bring this measure of safety and well-being to this exotic town. It is very much a frontier kind of city that butts up against immediately the, at times, unexplored, deep, dense jungle. And as they start to, all right, if the sooner y'all leave, the sooner you can get back and she can buy us some more drinks. We're ready. We'll be waiting right here for you, says one of the more drunken dwarves in the corner. Probably could stand to not need another drink at this point. Everybody, what does everybody want to do?
Grax is just going to stand up, cup still in hand, and just start walking, just making his way to the door, not with any kind of urgency, just, okay, I guess I'm done.
There's somebody who wants to save us, and like everybody starts to kind of chant, and it's weird because, as we would know, the lizard folk, as a kind of kind, are traditionally the enemies of the people here. Most of them are a significant amount native to the jungles here, and intentionally keep kind of an isolationist view from what any kind of native culture would view as an invasive culture coming in to change their birthplace. But despite all that, everybody seems on board. with Grax and cheering, and crowd kind of gets a little rowdier as you get to the door, signifying that you've begun your journey to essentially, to them, your journey to bring free drinks to all of them. Yeah, we're going to be drinking for free. These guys look great. They'll be fine. They'll kill those savages with no problem. And, you know, pound it on the table, and everybody's kind of like cheering and clanging tankards together as Grax kind of stands up. Come on, get out there. We're thirsty. We'll see you in a couple of days. We'll pay for drinks until then. Everybody kind
Just
of
get up and walk out. Yeah.
Follow immediately after Grax as well, which probably shows that Solaityr is a very small person, but in stature, barely 5 foot, and very wiry, probably compared to others of his companions.
I'm obviously not going to get to play now, so I'll follow Grax out.
I'm going to scratch somebody on the back, and then I'm going to leave. Now I'm out. Pet me. Purr. As everybody makes their way out, Varen stands there. You see kind of favoring like her hip where she fell, but she gathers herself. All right, we've had our fun. Apparently I owe the bar drinks when we get back, so my job apparently is to get you to this temple, help you secure it until Commander Holmes makes his way with a much more formal military company to ensure the security. But we'll move faster. There's fewer of us. It's just you four and I. We'll get through the jungle in a couple of days. Commander Holmes will be leaving very shortly after us, but because of the size of his retinue, it'll take a little longer, so we're going to go out and but basic rules: don't drink the water unless I tell you. Be careful of everything. There are small things that can kill you here in the jungle. And she kind of looks at Grax and goes, you already know that. And then the other thing is be careful. These savages are worse than any sinister enemy I've ever encountered. They hop out of the foliage camouflaged and will hit you dishonorably in the back without you even noticing. So everybody stay behind me. We should be fine. It should be about 2 days of dense jungle, and then the road's going to open up from a road to a waterfall to the temple. All right.
Sounds like an absolute blast.
Sounds good to me.
She kind of looks around. All right, let's go. And she begins to march out through the eastern gates of the city. And once outside of the city, it becomes really apparent how this city is, entirely cut out of the jungle. It's not as if there are great expanses of flat wilderness. Jesus, dude. The jungle begins in all of its intensity and everything about it just literally outside the gates. And as she kind of makes her way through, you can see her stepping kind of gingerly over logs and moving very gracefully with the kind of ease of somebody not only trained at kind of wilderness movement, but also a familiarity with this terrain. And as everybody kind of sets out, we're going to give everybody a moment to discuss what their character looks like and how they would be reacting to this trek, like through the jungle. So we will start with Rockjaw. Rockjaw, give us a good physical description of your character and kind of how you're making your way through the jungle, at least initially in these first couple of hours.
Right, okay, Rockjaw is about 6 foot. He's a rabbit on 2 legs, white fur. He's just really broad-shouldered. And yeah, he's not really being affected by the heat at all. He's just walking along without a problem. for the first couple of hours. And that's about it, really. I think he's a humanoid rabbit. So yeah, a medium. So yeah, that's about it, I think.
Picture them the size of a kangaroo.
Yeah, I think that's
especially
about
with
it.
the big hind legs and just the kind of probably posture. You're
Yeah.
you're a long-eared kangaroo. While we're doing fantasy roleplay here, awesome. Solaityr, same thing. Good physical description and how you are kind of managing this trek through some of the densest jungle you may have ever encountered in your life.
So Solaityr is, as I kind of said, stature-wise, he's probably I imagine might be the smallest of the group, barely being over 5 foot himself, but very wiry and skinny, not built, but basically finely compacted muscle, which is very obvious to see as he's basically almost entirely shirtless at this point to cope with the heat. He prefers the colder climates, so this is hitting him hard. So he's probably got like a stripped down, just like a loose tunic or something like that. And as such, it can be clearly seen he's covered in tattoos of runic markings, script in giant, and all sorts kind of cover for his body. Think of like Nordic ritual tattoos, I suppose.
Nice.
Yeah, he's, as someone who's actually experienced in the wilderness, I imagine he's having some difficulty with the heat and all, but he's probably used to walking through densely packed lands such as this.
Awesome. Grax, you have had your free drinks. You are now in essentially your kind of native kind of climate. As you make your way through the jungles, you're a member of one of the other kind of friendlier, more socialized local tribes. And how's your everyday environment making your way through the jungle, as well as a good physical description, please?
So Grax is 6'5", 6'6". He's, I mean, the stereotypical barbarian. He is just massive. Does not look like he's built for speed at all. This is just big lumbering lizard. But I mean, he is just casual stroll. This is the perfect kind of weather to him. Pair of linen pants and a hide belt, and he's just strolling through the jungle. This is perfect to him. Just his glaive just tossed over his shoulder, just nonchalant as can be.
Nice. Okay. Trym, same thing. You've been at this point kind of traipsing through the jungle for a couple of hours. Varen always in front, keeping an eye out for things, making sure you don't bump your head on like a low-hanging branch or pointing out poisonous plants to avoid so as not to catch some allergy or worse. What do you look like, and what are you doing as the party kind of continues through the jungle?
All right, so Trym is relatively tall at 5'8", but very thin at like 120 pounds. Golden hair, obviously, everywhere. But relatively comfortable here. Maybe a little aggravated because prefer to be indoors hassling people more than out in the woods exploring, but used to heavier woodsy terrain.
And as you make your way through, continuing through the jungle, Varen, like I said, every once in a while pointing, hey, be careful of that. That plant's very toxic. Watch out for this branch. There's a vine here you could trip on. And at some point, she cuts off mid-sentence, kind of tells everybody to shh, draws her bow as a rustling in the kind of foliage off the path that you were taking kind of happens. And she looks, see her kind of squint, get a position. Hey, who goes there?
I kind of stumble through the bush, a little bit bulky gear on me, making my path a little bit louder than I necessarily want it to be, but it's not bothering me too much. And you see a golden-skinned tiefling with thin black horns and white dreadlocks come through. Little lizard friend on her shoulder. Her clothes are very, very worn, and it's probably quite comfortable in this heat. Everything's a little bit threadbare, and being a tiefling, a little bit resistant to the heat anyway. And as she's like brushing leaves out, pulling branches out of her horns, oh, there you are. And there is a massive, not massive, but a drum set, kind of like you would see on a drum line for a marching band. It's all strapped, 3 drums strapped together with leather cords and bigger pieces, and 2 drumsticks tucked behind her ear, between her ear and her horns. And she just kind of brushes herself off. There's a bone piece going around her back, and she's like, all right, sorry about that. Had a little trouble following along in the crowd, but ready to go.
Varen kind of looks around, looks at the original kind of 4 party members. Does anybody know her? Can we help you? This is a dangerous part of the jungle, and we're here on the business of the Lord's Alliance and Candlekeep Library. If you're not prepared to be out here, this could be very dangerous.
Well, of course it's dangerous. That's why I came along. That's why I'm on the job. Yeah, I was on your boat.
Oh, okay. I don't remember anything, but the more the merrier. Just be careful. Listen to my instructions, and everything should be just fine, I guess. And Varen kind of thinks it's odd that the tiefling just kind of popped out of the woods, but realizing that it is a dangerous trek ahead, she seems pretty agreeable to another hand to help. All right, you lot, we've got a good 3 days to go. Let's get going. And she kind of looks at everybody for acknowledgement or something, and turns and starts to make her way deeper into the jungle without turning around, but still kind of, hey, watch out for that. Be careful. These plants are dangerous, as she makes her way through. The first day goes by relatively uneventfully. You make your way through just some of the deepest jungle you've ever seen, and as the hours drag on, the jungle looks so kind of uniform and dense that every once in a while you wonder if you are going in a circle. And you swear you've seen this tree stump or this particular kind of grouping of plant life, and no matter what, Varen seems very determined, making her way through. And you set up camp the first night. She finds a nice little spot by a river. She goes over and she tests it. This water is safe to drink. I would fill up your canteens here, and I'll take watch. We'll kind of take turns. I'd really appreciate it if I didn't have to stay up all night. And we'll be off again first light in the morning. She encourages everybody to go to sleep. That she'll take watch, and if any of you want to relieve me, I would really appreciate it. But if not, it's just 2 more days to the temple, and we can get there just fine. And she.
I can take the second watch. Don't worry about it. Just wake me up whenever you need.
Yep.
I'm saying I'll take third.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take last watch or what? Yep. Fourth watch.
I don't mind doubling up if we want to, but sounds good to me.
So she sits out. Everybody kind of gets comfortable, and due to a lack of heavy armor for you dressing for the occasion. Despite it being just oppressively hot and air so thick you could probably almost see it if the moonlight broke through the canopy of the dense jungle better. And in the dead silence, as night settles in, you are constantly hearing the sounds of nature and of a very densely populated living area, despite not ever really seeing anything. The occasional rustle of the leaves off in the distance, or a bird obviously taking flight off of a tree branch. And after a couple of hours of sleep, she's going to kind of come over, Solaityr, and just kind of nudge them gently. Everything's fine. Whatever you do, don't light a torch. And she...
Oh, don't worry about that.
She makes her way closest to the fire. If you need me, just scream, and I'll be there.
I'll keep that in mind. We got some rest.
And even as she kind of finishes her sentence, it trails off, and you can see her instantly asleep.
As Solaityr wakes up, then, with it being night, some of the markings along his body kind of are softly, not glowing, but kind of like a faint bioluminescence.
Nice.
There's just like a slight something there, slight illumination to his form. And you can see yes, despite being human, he has dark vision, so you can see just fine.
Cool.
Due to those tattoos.
Everything in the gray and kind of monochromatic scale of dark vision in the jungle. You have a better vision, better sight of everything, and it, in fact, just like previously, occasionally the wild kind of eyes of an animal you can kind of see peeking out from behind the foliage, and just the general sounds of nature. And for the first time, you feel as if you are being watched. Okay. What do you want to do on your watch? God, English language.
Yeah, is constantly just keeping an eye around, basically. Not letting myself, not letting my focus drift or anything, just constantly keeping watch. The kind of happy drinking attitude he had the day before is entirely gone, and he's just hyper-focused now on everything.
Okay. The only sounds, aside from the kind of heavy breathing of your party members sleeping, is the mumbling of Varen, where she seems to be having something of an agitated conversation in her sleep, where she keeps muttering the phrase, "The savages must die for us to be safe." Just, the savages must die for us to be safe. I'm just doing this for everybody to be safe. This just kind of one part of a conversation that seems to speak to her motives out here. After a couple of hours, the amount of time agreed to for a personal watch, you sense that it is time. And you can wake up whoever you would like for third watch.
I believe it was
Grax.
Grax?
Yeah.
Grax, yeah. I'll head over and wake up Grax, and
Okay.
just a hand on the shoulder and a slight shake. Nothing, just so you don't jolt away, basically.
Yeah, because that'd be bad.
I don't deal well with sudden shock from sleep. So, Grax, as Solaityr wakes you up gently, so as not to startle you and potentially enrage you, as the case may be, you were struck by the absolute kind of stillness of the night. nighttime in the jungles of Chult is nothing foreign or out of place to you. Most of the sounds, just kind of the traditional, natural, ambient sounds of the dense jungle. Do you have dark vision or anything?
No, I do not.
Okay. As the darkness kind of settles in, Solaityr, do you glow at all times? Is there like a slight radiance from you, or?
It's only when he's awake.
Okay.
And it's not a mechanical thing. That was more of a flavor thing.
Okay.
But yeah, so it's only when he's awake, there's a slight luminescence.
The ambient glow from Solaityr, who woke you, has now faded. The fire, which is mostly used to prevent bugs, not to keep warm, has faded down to coals, and the jungle is very dark, with only the occasional cascade of moonlight breaking through the canopy. Grax, go ahead and give me a perceptions check with at disadvantage, because it's dark, son.
16.
Ooh, not too bad. All the sounds, anything that kind of alerts your presence or catches your attention, you can attribute to some native creature of the jungle just going about its everyday existence. And after a couple of moments where you've kind of calmed down and realized there doesn't seem to be any immediate threats, you two get the feeling that you are being watched. You can't really pinpoint it. It doesn't seem as if it's something over there, or it's just this general kind of, you don't feel alone out there currently. Same thing after a couple of hours, and you two hear Varen kind of mumbling a lot of the words, the savages, and things like uncivilized, society. Those kind of concepts seem to be the intelligible words as she seems to mumble in her sleep. And you two, after the agreed upon period of time for a watch passes, you are free to wake up whoever you would like and pass watch off to them.
I'm going to move back over to the circle everybody's in for sleeping and wake Rockjaw same way Solaityr did.
Yeah.
Just hand on the shoulder, slight bump.
Okay.
Yep. So I wake up, just shake myself a little bit, and just find myself a spot to just keep watch. And, unfortunately I don't have dark vision either, so I guess with my ears I'm hearing more than seeing, if you see what I mean. If that makes sense.
You're kind of struck by what you know to be a relatively full and bright moon that should be illuminating everything at this hour, is really broken up and obscured by the exceptionally dense canopy of the jungle, with only a couple of beams making their way through, off kind of scattered in multiple directions and distances from you. And as you sit there in the almost abject dark, as the fire continues to die, you two hear Varen mumbling things to herself about they got what they deserved. Who do they think they are to stand in the way of progress? And general kind of mutterings of almost an angry or vengeful tone as she kind of tosses and turns and seems to mumble in her sleep. Go ahead and give me a perception check, please. Also at disadvantage because you can't see in the dark.
Ooh. I rolled a nat 20 and a 2 for a 6, perception of 6.
Very nice. As you sit there in the dark, the piece of the jungle weighing heavy on your ability to kind of look out and see, you also see and kind of hear the rustling of leaves as if something's moving throughout the jungle. But this time you are positive that whatever is moving out there is exceptionally large. You may even feel the occasional rhythmic tremor of heavy footsteps.
Okay. Okay.
Once the movement, the rustling of the leaves and the heavy footsteps have subsided, you too also feel that as the movement kind of trails off in the distance away from you, that you are now also being watched. And out of the corner of your eye, you are almost positive you see a glowing set of eyes similar to one of your travel companions.
I go to Grax, wake him up quietly, and just get his attention and just wake him up. And I explain what I see. It's just like, I think, did you ever get the impression we're being watched on your watch?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I turn around and say, I think I can see some eyes in the underbrush. I think they're closer than what we actually think. So, yeah,
So Grax is going to go around and, like, tap everybody else's foot, wake everybody up.
Okay.
Yes, I'm like.
Varen's the last to kind of wake. She wakes very suddenly, almost mid-sentence. I can't wait to get back at them for what they did to us. And then she's kind of startled awake. What is it? What did you? Who saw something? What is it? What's out there?
something with big yellow eyes. As for what it is exactly, I have no idea.
She looks at Grax like this and points to his eyes.
Yep. That about sums it up.
I was worried about that. I didn't think they would catch up to us for another day. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. Seriphione, Trym, you will take the last watch. Everybody else, get your last couple of bits of sleep. We are moving at first light, and we will take a quick path through the jungle the rest of the way. And she gets a good look out there and makes sure that she doesn't see anything before settling back into her bedroll, and once again is very quickly asleep. Seriphione, go ahead.
Yes, I had listened for a while, saying, okay, and it doesn't feel like I'm responding to Varen, but Seriphione is grabbing a Tales from Beyond that she can hold on to until she wants to give it out. Do you want to know what I rolled?
Kind of.
Or do you want to be? Sounds good.
Let's vote for the chaos. We'll see what the chaos
You want it
does.
to be a surprise?
I do.
Okay,
I'm back to DMing,
okay.
so the surprises that I get are few and far between. So I want to bank the ones that I do have coming to me.
Sounds good.
Okay, so do you have a focus for your talks with the Beyond?
So my magical focus is the that back piece that I mentioned,
Okay.
it's purely made of bone. It's out of character. I haven't really pieced together what kind of character it is, but it's essentially part of a very large skull.
Okay, nice. Trym, you are up as well. Varian seems very kind of concerned about what's going on. What are you doing? And if you want to, go ahead and give me a perception check to see if you see anything.
I think I'll just kind of lounge. Yeah,
Fucking cats.
watch what we got going on, but just kind of
Flick the
hang out.
tail.
That is a 16.
Okay.
Perception.
Seriphione, you want to give me a perception check as well?
I do. Garbage. Wow, I'm bad at this. 11.
Okay. Both of you are going to occasionally hear what sounds like the kind of skittering of something small and quick, just darting through the underbrush. And it comes and it goes. It's fleeting. You can most likely attribute it just to a wild animal. Seriphione, especially you, that the kind of movements and the sounds are similar to your little lizard friend when they go off and do lizard things.
Crimes, mostly.
Yeah. You both have dark vision? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. With your dark vision in the gray kind of monochromatic scale, you are going to clearly see leaves moving. They are going to be relatively high off the ground, maybe 8 or 9 feet. And off in the distance, you, Trym, you just kind of lounging, like,
Yeah,
okay.
lounging.
As the majority of the surface area of your body is laid against the kind of dense jungle floor, you are going to feel really large, heavy steps making their way out in the distance. And even as one of the cascades of moonlight kind of peers through, you almost think you see something push past the foliage and into the light, but it's just a fleeting glimpse, and whatever it is, it's exceptionally large.
I'm gonna look at Seraphy and be like, "Did you feel that?"
Feel it. DM.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very still at night, so anything kind of out of the ordinary in the stillness of the night would register.
Yeah, she goes like, yes, shaking my cards up. You want me to wake everybody? I can wake everybody.
Yeah, I guess let's wake everybody.
Yes.
Second question, do you want me to do it quietly or do you want me to do it quickly?
Oh God, why did we let the two of y'all play together?
Let's do quietly. That feels like something big.
The drumsticks were poised because the Kwa came and thought you were going to say quickly, and all right, and starts instead like kind of tapping on people's shoulders with them, just sneaking around. Wake up, wake up, wake up.
Sad bard sounds. Are you sure?
Yeah. I have the Overture of 1812 cannon ready to go. Come on. Yeah, just quietly wake everybody up, tapping them, drumming on somebody's head.
By the time
Probably mine.
By the time everybody's kind of roused and shaken, you can see the first kind of peaks and breaks of daylight making its way, and this dark and kind of still immensely humid night that eventually you became acclimated to suddenly heats up exceptionally quickly, and it almost appears as if steam is radiating off the ground with this humidity. Varen's going to kind of get up and check her gear a little bit, test her bow, make sure it's good. If everybody, we may be just being watched, but we may be followed. So please be ready. And as always, please follow my instructions and we will get there just fine. And she quickly kind of looks around, kind of does some ranger type things to get, bearing and direction. I don't know. I'm not an outdoors person. Yep, that's good. And she, all right, if everybody's ready, let's go. And once again, she starts carving through the jungle, this time with a large machete, hacking out branches and vines, literally cutting a path through the jungle. Does everybody want to, do you guys want to give me a marching order? Varen
I'll go up front.
Okay, Varen will be first.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be in the middle.
Okay.
Grax will bring up the rear.
Be in
Be
front of
somewhere.
Grax.
I'll be somewhere like front, middle, second, I suppose.
Okay. And Grax will be bringing up the rear. As you continue to follow relatively close, you make sure that everybody stays kind of close together, obviously for safety reasons. The rhythmic kind of trembling through the ground is felt every now and again. And you see leaves rustling off in the distance. The occasional lizard, somewhere between Grax and Seriphone's little companion. Wild, non-sentient, intelligent.
Somewhere in there.
Yeah.
He's
they're
very
just
smart.
they're the ones in the jungle. I'm sure he's a Rhodes Scholar of lizard kind.
He is.
He is. This is his study abroad, in fact. His thesis.
He got a scholarship to come out here. Thank you
He's
very
actually
much.
tutoring Grax in math at night. So I mean, it's helping
He's probably
me.
tutoring. He's probably tutoring Persephone or Seriphione.
Glad I wasn't the first one to make that mistake because I gotta fight the urge. And as you make your way through the jungle at this quick pace, Varen very rarely turns around to look to make sure that you are all in line as she cuts this kind of narrow elf, essentially dimensioned path through the forest. And as the day kind of carries on from first light into mid-afternoon and into late afternoon, you find yourself drinking an immense amount of water, and the heat, even Grax, who's accustomed and from here, the heat seems to be taking its toll. Would everybody give me a Constitution check against exhaustion, please?
Does it say check or save?
Check.
Okay.
Wait, it's the same.
Saving throw modifier. We don't get that. I was like, your regular con modifier, yes.
15.
15. All right. Seriphione?
18.
Okay.
14.
21.
Okay. Roxy?
20.
Okay. Your keen and experienced adventuring spirit perseveres through the oppressive heat as well as the just horrendous humidity. And eventually you find your way into another clearing that Varen sets up, ready to camp in for the night. She says, I'll take watch tonight. Just a couple of hours into tomorrow morning when the sun comes up, we will come across the final roads to the temple, and it'll open up, and we won't have to be so kind of claustrophobic, and we should be a lot better as we get closer. And she kind of settles in, her keen kind of eyes scouting about. For the last couple of hours, nobody has felt like they've been watched or has seen any kind of rustling of leaves or heavy footprints or anything. It has just been, a struggle against the environment itself, not things therein. Everybody settles in to sleep. Varen does not wake anybody through the night, and as the morning comes, everybody, as they rouse, she seems perfectly poised and seated, head constantly scanning the distance. And as you begin to kind of stir, she seems, good morning. This is where it's going to get dangerous. We should be encountering the looters at some point today. So just like yesterday and the day before, everybody just be careful, and we will get there.
Hey DM, can I kind of get a vibe on if she's like kind of trigger happy or if she's just cautious?
Okay, yeah.
I was going to say, go do an insight check as well, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
And Grax is over here. No, she's racist against lizard folk. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, like I'm just trying to get a beat on her.
I'm trying to see if it's just racism or if it's something else. Insight check to find racist NPCs.
27.
27.
24.
She knows.
I can smell it.
You find a picture of her in a long white hood. That seems very
The spirits pass it to me.
Yeah. Hey, look, this is who you're dealing with. No, you, while having experienced the kind of leadership of Commander Holmes and the outfit that he kind of ran when you first arrived in town, she does not seem to necessarily fit kind of the regimented military kind of structure that Commander Holmes seemed to give off. She is definitely an outlier, and you are surely troubled by some of the phrasing as she's used to describe things, as well as probably her mutterings while she sleeps.
Yeah, Seriphione is a pretty light sleeper, and I was going to say, I think after the fiasco of the night before of like, hey, nobody had dark vision, had like Leroy kind of watching. Can't talk to the lizard, but I think he's maybe a little bit like, this person's acting weird.
I was going to say as well, though he wasn't woken, Solaityr would have woken up at some point in the night, taken a watch, basically from where he was lying, and then gone back to sleep. Yeah. He's too suspicious to sleep through a whole night.
In your brief moment awake, without kind of alerting the group or Varen herself, you see her standing or sitting, vigilantly looking out into the jungle, and almost like filing the tips of her arrows. And as she does so, you do hear mutterings of things like, we're going to kill all these savages. This place will be safe for everybody. As she just constantly like files them down and blows on them. And then at some point you see her reach into her bag and coat her arrows with like a liquid that she seems very careful in handling.
Just taking mental notes as it's happening, and I imagine just kind of lock eyes with this more intelligent than it should be lizard that's perched on surface, and just both cock a head to the side, and then you just remain feigning sleep.
In the best way that it can, you almost get a look of acknowledgement and almost agreement from Leroy, is it?
Leroy.
Love it.
It's the DC Comics reference.
Leroy seems to cock like a lizard eyebrow, and kind of give you this, yeah, I hear it too, man. She's,
It's imagine 5 minutes of silent communication between Solaityr and this lizard now.
As the morning comes, she is very up and at 'em early in the morning. All of her equipment is like secured to her by the time you begin to stir. And you can see her kind of out on a little bit of the perimeter of the camp, kind of peering through the foliage, like at, kind of eye level, almost straining to see higher, but also kind of crouching down and almost looking ground level through the lower parts of the brush. Doesn't appear as if she sees anything, but she's definitely kind of down there looking. Oh, fabulous. We're awake. Okay. So we only have a couple of hours until we get to the Temple Road. We're gonna be encountering some of these savages here very soon. They want nothing but to satisfy a bloodlust and to stand in the way of progress from our civilization. And that's not what we're here to do. We're not here to let these primitive creatures dictate how we advance. And she doesn't say it as if she's looking for agreement. It's almost as if she is saying it as an affirmation to herself, that she would probably be saying this even if you all weren't standing here. Oh.
Is she facing us, or are we already in formation?
No, she's facing you.
Okay.
Just she's going to be on the perimeter of the camp, having turned around, and is now kind of looking at all of you as you just kind of stir and rouse from your slumber or lack thereof, as the case may be.
Well then, by all means, lead us on where we need to go.
I'm going to need everybody to be as quiet as possible. It's going to be dangerous, and I don't want them to get the jump on us. And she sets off, once again, not really paying attention to see if you are behind her, and starts hacking her way a little more gently today than yesterday. Still trying to be effective and cutting out any obstruction along your path, but not doing it with like the ferocity of yesterday and the very kind of sounds of the metal clanking against the vines, the falling limbs and the such, as well as the kind of heavy footsteps that, and at times she'll even kind of duck under branches so as not to cut them if she has to.
So as soon as she made to go, Solaityr was immediately going from person to person, just saying, be mindful of her arrowheads. They're coated in something. And just basically passing the message on.
As we're going along, Seriphione kind of having like a heated debate with either Leroy on her shoulder or with maybe her armor, and just renewing the tale from beyond for the day, because it only lasts for the one day.
Okay. Ooh. Oh, I can't wait. After a couple of hours, her seeming discipline for quiet and the more careful approach, hacking your way through the jungle. Suddenly, she kind of stops, turns, and see her grab her bow from behind, grab an arrow from her quiver, knock it, and then begin to kind of slink over out of the last of the dense foliage and onto what appears to be about a 10-foot wide dirt road deep in the jungle. And as she kind of steps out, we will go ahead and throw this up. As she kind of steps out, she gives you a signal to maybe wait. She takes a couple more steps, and along the south side of the road, your right hand, as you look down the road, you see a very definitive rustling of the bushes. An irregular kind of tracing and trampling of the ground. And just, she gets down. All right, come on. And she sets, and you can see her draw her bow and aim it towards the foliage. And what do you all want to do? That's going to be her position. You are all free to go ahead and move about where you would like to be after she kind of sets herself for her shot. She does seem to insist that you do not get in front of her, though.
So she's looking forward right now?
She's looking forward down the road along, the long end, not the end that you're on.
Serif is gonna look at Soul and just kind of do like a...
He just looks very confused, just
figures her message didn't get through. She'll cast message later and try and be sneaky about it, but for now it's just kind of readying to aid someone.
Grax just looks at her, shrugs his shoulders, and makes the neck snapping motion. Because he's had enough of the savage dog.
Seeing that, there's a look of realization on Soul's face, and he'll stealth into the trees and kind of position himself over here, ready to both attack if we're attacked, but also act if he needs to act. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, and Grax is going to move.
20 stealth, by the way.
Okay.
I'm not stealthing because I want her to know I'm back there to back her up, according to...
Big ass steps, too.
Yeah.
Crunching the shit out of the leaves.
I'm just going to go and stand next to Grax. Just, not directly him. Just, south of him, if you see what I mean.
Okay.
Below him.
Boom.
Yeah.
All right. Trym, where do you want to go? Are you going to let Grax try off and go do something stupid, or is this one of those times when it's like, hey, you probably handle this?
I'm probably gonna stay kind of back and watch what happens.
Okay. As everybody kind of creeps up along Varen's kind of flank, you can see her very clearly tracking something with her bow as the rustling of the foliage continues. And you can, for adventurers such as yourself, you're familiar with how somebody with experience would shoot a bow, that it's a deep breath, the exhale, and then they loose. So you can see the deep breath, the exhale, and just as she's about to loose the arrow, out from the foliage pops two enormous four-legged beasts that would be raised for meat or grazing in a more kind of industrialized or agrarian society. Here, these are just two wild arcs who have made their way across your path. And as she recognizes what they are, she once again is kind of crestfallen. And I thought it was them. I thought that this was our time to take this back. And it's just these dumb beasts.
Grax is just going to lean down because he's standing right behind her. You seem a little too disappointed about that.
Seriphione is going to cast Friends on herself because Varen's not quite looking at her right now, and just try to persuade. Hey, I think they lived here first, though, didn't they? Like, you don't live here. They live here. It's not taking back, right?
We don't live here because they live here. We should. There is so much to learn, and there is so much in this jungle that could help us.
No, I think you don't live here because it sucks here. I think you live in Neverwinter because, like, the jungle's terrible.
Yes.
He's built for this. You're not built for this. I'm barely built for this.
And she kind of, agrees and sees the logic of what you're saying. And in a moment of resignation, she turns back from Seriphione down the trail and in an effortless motion fires 2 arrows, knocking both of the arcs down just like that.
As she does so, as she was distracted by the conversation as well, since I'm stealthed, I would like to sleight of hand steal one of her arrows, please.
Okay.
Particularly one that I saw, not the one she's firing, but one from her quiver. Particularly one that I saw being coated last night.
All right.
I want to know what she put on this. Let's see, sleight of hand. Oh, got advantage. Oh, that is very good. Natural 20 for 24.
Okay.
Don't play.
She rolled an 11, so in her kind of odd, fitful shots at these essentially harmless wild animals, she's so caught up in her determination to achieve her goal, we'll say, that she doesn't even notice as you slip a long arrow out of her quiver. And everybody's naked, so I don't know where you're going to hide this.
I was going to say, as soon as I do, it's snap the shaft, just the arrow, and I've just got the arrowhead.
Snap.
I can't hide smart. I can't hide an arrow, but I can hide an arrowhead. I've got enough pockets for that.
Okay. And then what do you do with the shaft?
That's just tossed back into the tree line.
Okay.
It's wood amongst wood. Stick 'em on stick.
And being of her heightened kind of senses, while she doesn't see you discard the arrow shaft, it does hit some foliage and land. And as she turns real quick, arrow drawn again, she kind of looks, and the rhythmic, heavy footsteps can be felt by everybody. And off in the distance, where the arcs made their way out of the foliage, you can see it rustling and moving, but this time much, much higher up are leaves rustling. And what does everybody want to do real quick?
Am I able to see Solaityr right now, or would I need to make a perception check for that?
No, you can see. They're just off the path, and it's not, so kind of clear cut where it's road and then dense jungle. It kind of ramps up. This is a little more kind of traveled area.
Okay, I'm just gonna kind of and I cast Aid as a twin spell on Solaityr and on Sorry, let me check my notes. Rockjaw.
Okay.
Just because our lizard folk friend seems like he's pretty burly, as well. And your hit point maximum and current hit points increase by 5 for the next 8 hours.
Nice. And
Oh, actually, I just realized I can upguess that. Let me make it 3rd level so that they each get 10.
all right. As the rustling continues, Varen once again turns, lines up her arrow. I'm right-handed. And as she does, as the foliage rustles and the rhythmic, heavy steps get louder to the point where you can feel the concussion like in your chest as these footsteps make their way. And out from the foliage pops a Tyrannosaurus Rex that has climbed over and is now beginning to feed on the corpses of the Arcs. It seems relatively oblivious to your presence, and just appears to be a wild scavenging beast eating these conveniently placed carcasses on the side of the road.
I have a question.
Yes.
The arrows were poisoned, weren't they?
They were something.
Are they? Okay. Because, all right. Yeah, I don't know. She's like, is he now eating poison? I don't. Huh.
And as the dinosaur, this tremendous apex predator, most likely of this entire region, pretty contently munches on these large, probably 1,000-pound creatures, making very quick work of what's left, eating them in chunks and in wholes, and not picking at the bones so much as just biting off huge segments of the carcass and throwing them back and swallowing them. Varen looking very kind of upset once again. I thought it was one of them, but this is even better. And she lines up her shot.
Seeing that, can I begin to stealth forward?
Yeah.
Knowing what's gonna happen,
I'm gonna give everybody like a quick thing that you can do in 6 seconds as she very kind of slowly draws another arrow and trying not to make too much movement, begins to knock it and sets her sights on the T-Rex. What does everybody want to do? Just real quick, being very aware of what she is about to do.
figuring shit's about to go down, Sol is beginning to move forward so he can get into melee with the T-Rex as soon as possible, basically.
Okay.
Grax is going to reach forward. Grax is going to reach forward since I'm still right there behind her, and grab her draw hand.
Okay.
The one pulling the string back, and just wrap, because I'm significantly larger than her, from what I understand, and just basically encompass her hand with mine, and just nope. you can let go. The arrow's not leaving this bow.
Okay.
Because this is obviously something we don't want to just rush into.
Yeah.
I have an important question. Would anyone like to be a dinosaur?
Oh, I was like, do I get to play too? Because if not, nobody gets to be a dinosaur unless I get to be a dinosaur. My game.
You are a dinosaur. There's a dinosaur right there. You chose to be a dinosaur. Yeah, I go ahead and I just kind of Rockjaw got left out of the other spell, or sorry, not Rockjaw. Grax got left out of the other spell, so I just kind of tap him on the shoulder and cast polymorph on him and turn him into what I see in front of me.
Yes. I have to go find stats.
I can send them to you, believe it or not.
Please.
So we'll go ahead.
I'm so happy.
Giant.
I'm
is
so
large.
happy.
I'm just going to take a couple of steps down as he grows because I don't particularly want to be trampled.
All right, let me throw. There's the stat block. It's in the Discord. For the T-Rex, we'll leave you a little T-Rex token there. Go ahead, Trym. What do you want to do as Seriphione makes Grax a dinosaur? Rockjaw moves a little bit so as not to get stomped by said dinosaur.
I'm gonna move up a little bit and be like, just checking Drax out to see, like that he's like, just making sure he's okay. I guess like he just poofed.
And
not much larger.
As Grax's hand goes from holding Varen's like bow hand, as his hand kind of retracts its length to become little short T-Rex arms, she at first indignant of she wonders how you carried all this audacity for 3 days into the jungle to grab her hand. And as she does so to scald you, because you know she would enjoy it, you start to grow into this massive, just probably literally her worst nightmare. She becomes almost afraid, as if a reckoning may be coming. And
Seriphione is having her best life right now. Like, this could not be going better.
Make racists uncomfortable. Hold on, let me make sure you're the right size. Okay.
That's better.
Well, a lizard don't give you a lizard.
All right, so she's gonna move forward. Roxy's gonna move down a little bit as you grow into this towering predator. And as you do so, and the moment of awe kind of gets over everybody, like, holy shit, you're now a much fucking bigger lizard than you were a minute ago. And as you kind of grow, this intense apex predator at the end of the road, the motion of you going from, 7 feet tall to close to 10 to 12 feet tall does draw its attention. It gives out a roar, and as a territorial, solitary creature begins to make its way past what remains of the Ark carcasses. And I want to need everybody to roll for initiative, please.
I have questions about polymorph mechanically. I can still use my class features and all that, correct?
I don't.
No,
I think your stat block literally becomes the animal.
Yeah.
It
Okay.
is the
That's
animal.
not something I've dealt with, so I didn't know.
Yep.
It's
Including your intelligence, your kind of alignment and friend and foe stays the same, but even your intelligence will shift to now that of the T-Rex.
But I do believe that the hit points you're working with are just the T-Rex hit points. Your actual form doesn't take any hit point damage until you run out of hit points as the T-Rex. So
Yep.
Yeah, so when your T-Rex hits 0, you revert back to your original state.
okay. Grax, did you get the stat block, or do you need me to go over it for you real quick?
No, I've got it. I'm looking for initiative on.
It's gonna be
Dex,
It's your dex.
it's gonna be +0.
Dex.
You're gonna just roll a straight roll. All right. Let me roll for the first T-Rex. Since I'm gonna have to specify one from the other. Oh Jesus.
I told you what was coming.
Yeah, apparently the T-Rex heard you and it seems to be in no particular rush to get to the business, as it were. Seriphione, what'd you get for initiative?
17.
17, nice. Grax?
18.
18.
Nice.
Trym?
21.
Woo, nice. Rockjaw?
So, yeah, I have 21.
Woo.
I have this ability which allows me to have my proficiency bonus to my my initiative.
Nice.
So yeah.
I am eager to kill that dinosaur, not this one. All right, Solaityr, what'd you get?
23.
Ooh,
Oh, nice.
wow. Everybody really excited except for the dinosaur. All right, Solaityr. Trym, Rockjaw, who's got the higher initiative or higher dex?
Dex, I think. Hang on. I think my Trym. My
You need
dex
the-
is a +2.
Okay.
Mine's a +3.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Grax, dinosaur, Seriphione, and the T-Rex will go last. All right. So as your traveling companion has become even the odds in this kind of scale of dinosaur kind versus adventure party. Now it's dinosaur kind versus dinosaur kind with adventuring party. Solaityr, you're going to be first to act off in the woods.
Yep. First off, bonus action. Sol is going to start chanting in this guttural chant, the language of the giants itself. Runes all over his body flaring into life, and as he charges forwards, his size is going to bulk and grow. Because let's tilt the scales even more in our direction now, and he becomes size large. So he grows from 5 feet to 10 feet as he charges towards the T-Rex. So
Very nice.
Go ahead and make you similar size.
And is going to, with his first attack, is going to try and grapple the T-Rex.
Okay,
Why the hell
cool.
not?
I love it. I love it. This is turned into a kaiju movie. This is great.
Exactly. And
Suplex.
because of
Do
my
it.
giant form, because of my giant form, I have advantage on this. So fun. Ooh, this would be very fun. 23.
This is contested for me. Ooh.
Yep. Come on.
15 with a +7. Thanks, T-Rex.
So 22. So I think I won with 23.
No,
Okay, this
I rolled an 8 with a +7, so 15.
Oh, okay. This is one of my D&D dreams has finally been realized. I'm grappling a dinosaur. I love this.
And as you use your massive, now giant-sized human arms to grapple this, like, immense creature, but is limited by its short arms, it is unable to get enough distance to push you, significantly away as you just kind of wrap this. You've grappled a T-Rex. Yeah, it's fucking awesome.
For my second attack, I'm just going to rear back and just punch it straight in the snout.
Love it.
Because again, why the hell not?
Established dominance.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm
the
not
alpha-
using a
I'm the
newspaper.
alpha
I'm
giant
not
here.
using a newspaper either.
Yep. So this is 24 to hit,
Yes.
and I get an extra d6 because I'm now giant. That's very good on the dice. 11 plus 5 is 16 points of damage. Bludgeoning damage.
All right. Very nice.
And if if it's resistant versus non-magical, this is considered magical.
Okay.
Just for its worth.
Yeah, no, it's just a big honking lizard. But
Yep.
yeah, so you're gonna reach up, grab this thing.
That's my turn.
Its short arms unable to kind of push you back or establish any kind of distance, and with your free arm, you're gonna punch a dinosaur in the face at essentially eye level, which is seriously.
I've just got it by the throat, and
Poke it in the
smack it in
eyes.
the face.
Boom.
Poke it in the eye.
Give me your lunch money.
Love it. All right.
It's my turn.
Solityr's gonna punch the dinosaur. Trym, you are up with your once human but now giant-sized companion, holding the dinosaur by the throat and punching it in the nose. What would you like to do?
I
I don't know, man.
I'm so happy. I am so happy. I've wanted to do that so long.
This is the
So, is he like? would I be able to get a clear shot off on the dinosaur
Sure.
around the other around him?
Sure. I mean,
Right.
I'm guessing Solitary's got pretty good, control of this in an MMA sense. And if you needed him to kind of like pivot and expose the broad side of this grappled and punched in the nose dinosaur,
And and how far away from the T-Rex are we?
it's gonna be. Let's see here now. Let's pull out the old
About
measuring tool.
65 feet. I think it's about 65 feet.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, so 60 feet is what I got. I'm gonna get you just in case you want to get there. Well, I don't know that you
We're
can.
at 60 feet.
60 feet.
All right, so I'm gonna use as a bonus action Slayer's Prey on the T-Rex, on
Okay.
T-Rex number 1, not my companion.
Yeah, not our T-Rex, that T-Rex.
Appreciate.
Show 'em who cares.
I know I deserve it, but I appreciate it.
Which just adds an extra d6 of damage.
Sorry.
Let's see, and I am going to shoot it with my longbow.
Okay.
22 to hit.
Yes.
That is 14 damage,
Okay.
and I'm going to do it again.
All right.
And that is a 21 to hit.
Yes.
And that is another 16 points of damage.
Awesome.
Piercing damage.
So as Solitaire kind of swings the T-Rex that he has complete control over physically towards you, you're gonna cast your spell, shoot off 2 quick arrows, both hitting the dinosaur in the side, kind of, little sub armpit kind of shots. It's going to kind of rear back, give out a loud echoing roar throughout the jungle as you hear birds like flutter away from trees nearby and a significant amount of rustling in the bushes nearby as everything seems to be getting the F out of there with the angry dinosaur sound.
Just for flavour, Sol is going to scream back in its face since it just shouted in my face.
This
I've got established dominance.
Look in the eye while you do it. All right, Trym, is that your turn?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Rockjaw. So the enemy T-Rex has 2 arrows in it, a little bit below the armpit. Saul's still got a good grip of it, and is now he's screaming at it. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so as my bonus action, I'm going to rage.
Okay.
Typical barbarian act. And then
Reckless.
I have, hang on, I have this ability called Instinctive Pounce. As part of the bonus action you take to enter your rage, you can move up to half your speed.
Okay.
So I'm going to move 20 feet.
Yes.
20 feet towards T-Rex, the enemy.
T-Rex the enemy. I like. Is that the sequel?
We need to be clear.
Yep.
Okay.
And then
put you
I'm going to
about there.
move another. Yep. And then again, will the rest of my movement of 40 feet get me to the T-Rex?
It will just get you there.
Yeah, we said
Just
it was
get you
60
there.
feet.
Yeah. I will head towards the T-Rex if I may. And then what I'm going to do is pull out my great axe and swing twice.
Just for my own knowledge, do you hop over or do you walk?
Angry hopping.
I was like, I
Angry
just want to
hopping,
see
yeah.
rageful
A raging
hopping.
hop. Yeah, rageful hopping. Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do that.
Love it.
So he's hopping like a kangaroo.
Love it.
Never hear gonna hear
That's
the end
we
of
just
that.
come to Australia.
Little known fact about me in real life: one of my bucket list items is to fight a kangaroo. I don't know why.
You're gonna get
Oh.
wrecked.
Yeah,
Right.
absolutely.
Make sure you fill
That's how
that one
you die.
last.
Yeah.
It probably will be.
Right, that will be a 21 to hit for the first.
Yes.
Do you want me to roll damage first or roll both attacks
you can.
first?
Whatever.
Okay, I'll just roll the second attack. So that will be a 29 for the second to hit the second.
Yes.
So that's 1d6 plus 6. So that'll be 18. What is it? 18. I think it's slashing. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, 18 max for the first, and another 14 slashing for the second. So that'll be what? 32.
You did add your +3 or +2 for rage, right?
It's +3. So no,
+3.
that'll be a 21 for the first and a 17 for the second.
Okay. So I just got another 6. Cool. That's
Yep.
fine.
Sorry, you said it's your first time with a barbarian. I didn't think there was a lot of numbers to keep up with.
Yeah.
I appreciate the help. No.
So as you angrily, militantly hop over, heavy footsteps, boom, 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 but one at a time. You're going to rear back with your axe, and you're just going to chomp the hell out of it. Solaityr still manages to hold on by the neck, still screaming at it as the
Swinging out his kneecaps.
As the T-Rex screams in pain. I imagine Solaityr is just screaming right back at it, like holding it by the throat, looking it dead in the eye. Love it, by the way.
Of course he is. What else is he going to be doing?
All right, Rockjaw, you got anything else?
No, I think that will be it.
Okay, beautiful.
Yep, in the turn.
Let's go to our T-Rex. Grax? T-Grax. I'm going with T-Grax.
T-Grax.
I don't have much, but I'm going to go with that. I probably could think of something better. T-Grax.
I'm mad I didn't think of that.
So I am not passing up this opportunity.
Okay.
I am going to start moving toward. Oh, I have the measure tool on. I am going to start moving towards the T-Rex.
Okay.
And as I pass Farron, I'm hitting him with a tail attack.
Okay.
I'm not used to this. I'm not used to this body.
My
Things
bad.
happen.
Oops.
That's a 20.
Like a
That's a nat 20.
Okay.
That's a nat 20.
Get wrecked.
Wow.
T-Rex, that's
It would
Okay.
never make it to the
So you're gonna start with 31 bludgeoning damage, and then go ahead and roll your 3d8 plus 7 on top of the 31. Oops, sorry.
That's another
Minimum
29.
you can do.
37, 29,
21.
60,
21 plus 1, 60.
66.
60.
So as you accidentally walk by your racist guide and slap the shit out of her with her tail, she's gonna go flying off into the woods ever so slightly and come crashing down in some kind of, I don't know, probably about 2 foot high kind of soft vines and stuff, and just remain there. Now, intentionally, what would you like to do?
Now I'm going to finish my forward momentum
Okay.
to the other T-Rex and go with a bite attack.
Okay.
That's an 18.
This kaiju battle is not what I expected today, but I'm absolutely here for it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What?
I'm just
18 plus
18.
10, 28.
Yes.
4d12.
I'm just saying, I'm just looking up. I'm stuck between 2 T-Rexes here.
Make sure you keep them straight.
I want it to be a fair fight, okay?
30.
Step back. Mills Lane.
Don't worry,
over
I'll
here.
just grapple the other T-Rex as well. I'll grapple both T-Rexes. That way it's nice and fair.
Yeah.
39 points of damage.
Alrighty.
So much. Love this so much.
Yeah, I mean this is just a kaiju battle. Okay, cool. So two large T-Grax and the T-Rex, while still gripped by Solaityr and Rockjaw, trying not to get trampled by these two beasts, managed to, just bite the shit out of it. This is some nature documentary establishing dominance to get mates, kind of David Attenborough type thing going on here. Cool. So you're biting the dinosaur as Solaityr holds it, as Rockjaw tries not to get stepped on, as Trym stands there waiting to shoot arrows.
And Baron's taking a nap in the woods.
Yeah. All right. What else you got?
That's it.
That's it. All right.
Amazing.
Seriphione, I'm gonna, in the best way possible, I'm gonna blame you for all of this. Your guide, the fact that there's another dinosaur. Yeah. So, what would you like to do now?
Seriphione honestly already did her really cool thing that she can do right now, and so she just kind of runs forward to get in range, and as Baron goes flying off the path and starts to land, just hits on her drum set that's around her, goes "Ba-dum," and yells "Tss," and casts vicious mockery on the dinosaur. That is a wisdom save 18.
All right.
I was going to say, can we
The one
clarify
we're
which
trying
one?
the real T-Rex.
Not T-Grax.
Yeah, T-Grax.
That was so much.
All right. So the T-Rex is gonna roll a 3.
Okay.
That's very kind of, I imagine, on brand for
This poor T-Rex.
probably the
Tiny brain.
most lizard brain of anything we've ever run here on this channel. All right, so do you have anything particular that you would like to say to hurt this dinosaur's feelings?
Oh, the badumps was
Okay.
directed at both Baron and the T-Rex.
Okay.
It's just everyone's in an unfortunate situation except for
It's
us right now.
AoE vicious mockery.
Yeah.
All of you are a joke.
Yep. And so that's 2d4. That's going to be 5 points of psychic damage, and it has disadvantage on the next attack roll it makes before the end of its next turn.
Okay.
Nice.
All right.
So yeah.
And that'll be my turn.
We've got grapple T-Rex, giant human, and another and a polymorphed lizard folk. Great.
Also, I enjoy that the other token of Grax got left behind. He shed his.
He left his
tiny
old
lizard
skin behind.
Just laying in the ground. Yeah.
He scraped it up against a tree and he left it there. He's
And then
he's
just burst his
blossomed.
T-Rex one.
He's blossomed in his metamorphosis into a giant T-Rex,
Oh,
not
boy,
just
grown
another
up.
lizard. Oh, look at him!
He's become a
the
greater
little lizard
lizard.
dreams.
Yeah, I accidentally completed a ritual over here.
Okay. Awesome. Any other chaos? That's good. You good?
That's all the dumb shit I need to do right now.
For
Thanks.
right now. Got you. Beautiful.
Right.
Love it.
Next turn.
Okay. So
Oh, I got some silly shit.
the T-Rex, very much not doing well. Probably most likely only still upright, because of Saul's firm grip on its neck. It is going to try to. How does this work? What does it get? 2 attacks, 1 bite, 1 tail. It is going to try to.
Disadvantage on the first.
It's going to try to bite at Saul to get loose, maybe. That's not going to get it done. Maybe 16. Not too bad.
That misses.
Okay.
That misses.
As you
Just
keep it at range, as just kind of tries to bite at you. It's then going to try to spin you a little bit and take a swing at Rockjaw, maybe not even intentionally, just unaware that something is around.
He's not used to his body either.
Rockjaw, that's going to be a 26 to hit.
Yeah, it's gonna hit.
Okay. And then
I counterspell that hit.
Yeah, considering
Actually,
what an
I might have
18.
something. I might have
That's
something.
all right. I'm only
16.
depends what kind of damage. If I'm raging, I only half the damage anyway, don't I?
Yeah, you're gonna take
Yeah.
you're gonna take 8 bludgeoning damage with your mitigation. It's 16 half.
Okay.
So you're gonna take 8 bludgeoning damage as it, in its panic trying to bite at Saul, just manages to kind of swing its tail around inadvertently and clip you with it.
Yep.
That is going to be it for the T-Rex's sad turn, and I have a feeling that's going to be the last turn it gets, unless some of you get disconnected or you start flipping coins. Saul, back up to the top with you.
Just roll
Seeing that it's
disadvantage
just
for
hit,
fun.
seeing it's hit my rabbit friend, I'm just gonna tighten my grip on its throat and lift it up off his feet, dealing at the start of my turn an additional 4 points of bludgeoning damage. Due to
Okay.
the unarmed fighting, due to my fighting style. And now it's my turn, and I'm just gonna just go to sleep and just keep punching it. So for the first attack,
Okay.
the first attack is a math is difficult. What is it? +9. That is a 18 to hit.
Yes.
Yeah, 18. Okay, so it takes. Ooh, nice. Plus how much? So first attack is plus 14 points of damage.
Okay. So as you still have this thing firmly gripped with one hand and just rear back and punch it, give me your best verbal description of whatever pugilism against a dying extinct creature looks like.
So just tightening the grip on the throat enough that my hands are actually bending the scales of this creature, just rear back, and all the runes light up. All the giant symbols and tattoos that he's covered just light up, and he's just punching it over and over, and those nearby can just hear the sound of the skin flaying, bones cracking, and he's just smashing in the face of this T-Rex.
And
until it's just a pulpy mess in front of him.
As the scales surely ruining anybody's potential for an amazing wallet or pair of boots, as you've completely just destroyed any integrity of the skull, it's going to just kind of crumple in, and this still massively strong creature that you needed your strength to kind of out handle and maneuver suddenly goes limp in your arm, and you find yourself no longer struggling to keep it at distance, but using your strength to hold it up as it just kind of collapses lifelessly, still in your grip.
I'm just going to bring it closer to my face, and I suppose everyone in your size would just hear the motto of "Solaityr Markal says" in the giant language, kind of like a death prayer, and just then toss the body to the side.
Just make sure you don't aim it towards me.
Oh yeah, okay.
Squish.
To the side and back, I suppose. So further into the road.
And as you toss this massive dinosaur off into the woods, the exhilaration and the kind of rustling and commotion caused by its presence suddenly seems calm, and the jungle silent. Anything nearby has surely gotten the fuck out of there, because there's 2 dinosaurs at some point, and we've resolved initiative and everything. There's not much left of the RX, and the kind of caved in T-Rex has been tossed a little bit off to the side off the road. T-Grax, I see you have made your way over to the unconscious Varen.
Oh, she's out.
What do you?
Oh yeah, 60 points.
Yes, 66 points of damage. Yes, no. So T-Grax, you got something. Go ahead.
I'm stuck. I'm torn between 2 options.
Don't kill her just
so-
yet.
So I'm just gonna
I was gonna say.
I'm just gonna lower my head down and like right there at her. We've all seen the scene from Jurassic Park when the T-Rex finds the lawyer.
Oh.
And just breathe really heavy right in her face.
Is she like? Is she at the point where she's making death saves?
Yes.
We should probably do something about that.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, is it? Are you cool letting like somebody so very obviously racist like, this seems like the universe really kind of buttoning this thing up in a nice little bow here.
I mean, we
I have
can
an
check her
idea.
for a
I
map
do.
before we decide.
I was
have an
going to
idea.
say,
Yeah, look.
don't we need her to get out of it? Would be my thought.
Seriphione, by the way, is like grabbing up with her little goblin hands all the teeth that Soul knocked loose and like stuffing them into pouches on the side of her drum. Just like, yes, this is the best.
Like I said, they're probably about yay big. They're probably
Oh.
pretty sizable. So I don't know how many.
Okay,
you
then
can
never mind.
hold.
Grabs like, never mind. Grabs two.
These things are heavy.
As I'm,
Yeah.
So I'm so giant for the next minute because I just checked. There's no way for me to actually dispel this effect early.
Okay.
Um,
Still big.
as I'm walking over, I'm just gonna pull just a tooth out my hand and just toss that to the side of the road as well. So I imagine there's a couple embedded in his hands.
You throw it into a small shrub that seems to kind of, its structure collapses under the weight of this large tooth that you have thrown out of just kind of, I didn't know that was there.
And I'll look down at Varin and then over to Serif. Just, do you have any way to heal her, or do you want me to do so?
I have a way, but I'd like to do a funny thing. But does she have like the stuff we need before we decide? Like,
I think, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would check her for a map since she seems kind of sketch, anyways.
I would do so, but I'm a bit just gestured to like the 10-foot size he can use.
And T-Grax can't reach.
yeah.
I'll have a
So,
look. Yeah, if she's unconscious, I'll go and have a look.
Okay.
I don't think I can leave myself.
As you go through the body, you do find a kind of rough map where it seems to kind of transform from just a kind of amorphous, like generic jungle to the beginnings of a road. And along the path dotted on the map, the next kind of landmark seems to be a waterfall. And off in the distance down the road, you can see a pink and a peak and some mist rising, not kind of commiserate with the humidity, but as if, water is cascading off of a mountain. And then just beyond, on the other side of the waterfall, there appears to be an X marked.
Also, for it's worthwhile about the search happening, I'm just keeping an eye on her. As soon as it looks like she's about to die, I fail the other death saves. I'm readying an action to heal her just in case.
Okay.
And then would immediately just punch her unconscious again. But for now, yeah.
I feel that.
Okay. Let's...
So we have a map. Are we leaving her alive?
I don't see a need. Well, I mean, there's kind of a need to, but we don't have to.
The way
If
that
he's
she was-
healing her, we can just leave her. We don't necessarily have
Look,
to
girl, you
kill
got
her.
1 hit point. You're not coming with us, but we're not going to let you die. Good luck.
Right.
Also,
Not
I
a
did
bad
a
idea.
medicine, so 24, just if that makes it easier
Okay.
for him to tell when she's on the verge of death.
She, under the kind of presence of T-Grax's probably stank dinosaur breath. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to, assume. You can see her kind of like stirring. She took a hell of a shot between falling off the bar stool the other day and now getting tail whipped accidentally by T-Grax as he made his way past. And
Allegedly.
yeah, sure.
Allegedly.
Sure. no judgment here. And as she kind of rolls over and gives out like a deep kind of raspy, like short breath, like, you know, like you'd been hit in the chest. We're almost to the savages. We need to keep going. And she takes like a very deep, like labored breath that you can hear, just kind of raspy, as if she's not really in any condition to kind of continue. She makes no effort to get up. She seems pretty content living there, and even to the point of like kind of trying to roll over and face the opposite direction so Grax isn't like blowing hot dinosaur air in her face.
I'm on the other side when she turns, just juggling dinosaur teeth.
This place.
I'm going to just kind of, yeah, actually no, I'm not going to even hide it this time. Turn to the group and just, did everyone else hear what this one was saying when she was asleep?
Just giant T-Rex head.
Okay, so,
Yes.
does anyone else think that might not be natural?
Do you mean like, and I'm gonna cast this as a message so that I can say it like quietly up to a soul's tall ass ear.
He probably would have shrunk down by now.
Fair enough. Either way, still uses message, so can be a little bit quieter with it. Like, you mean you think that this is like a spell, or like she's unnaturally shitty?
I have seen some very naturally shitty people in my time, so I would not deny that is a possibility. But the jungles are short from stories are odd and strange, so it could well be. Natural poisons I could deal with. Something of the mind I cannot. She just seems, I lost all the accents entirely. She just seems oddly fixated to the point of obsession and not just dislike or bigotry.
Could I like squat down and try to get a look in her eyes? I'm probably not the best person to make a medicine check on her, but just kind of see if there's like, are her eyes dilated? Is she looking like kind of off, like she might be under a compulsion?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I'll assist you in that.
Or could I do insight?
You could do insight. Yeah, I don't know that you could diagnose a concussion at this point.
I don't think you need to diagnose it.
Hey girl, your head hurts, right? Yeah. What'd you get? I'm sorry.
22.
22. She doesn't appear to be enchanted or otherwise have her kind of mental state altered. Anything that you would see in her eyes is still almost a commitment of cause, if not the faculties to do so. As she kind of drifts in and out of consciousness, she still seems to be kind of spouting her, kind of general raison d'etre about like savages and wanting to get back up to progress society.
Still fully in her face, I just look up at Soul. I'm like, no, I think she just sucks. But like for good measure, and I'm gonna tap her with a dispel magic and just see if there's like any change.
Is everybody okay? We need to keep going before these savages push from their own homes into
Never mind, she just sucks.
The safety of our world.
Right, just punch her in the back of the head. She's on 1 hit point, and he'll do it.
I guess vicious mockery again.
Grax will just eat her.
Okay.
Grax just eats her.
As you kind of pick her up and chomp her down, there's this odd satisfaction that fills you from within as dealing with intolerance has brought you just this sense of like almost euphoria that tangibly mounts itself to 10 temporary hit points as you just feel like you have improved the world immensely by eating this person. And your
How long does
physical...
a polymorph spell last?
It's like, what is it, 8 hours?
An hour.
Okay.
No, polymorph is an hour or concentration. So, like, I'm specifically not casting any concentration spells because he's having a good time.
Yeah,
I was
so
gonna
just
say,
fixing to
Grax is
ask
having way too much fun, yeah.
Seriphione how long he was going to be that way because I think it's getting to his head.
It's like
Yeah,
wagging,
it's
his,
like-
He deserves
grown.
this.
Yeah, he's
I
certainly
think he
got a big head
deserves
now.
wagging
Yeah.
his tail, like knocking trees over just because you can. Like, fuck yeah, smash.
With his, like, fully bloody maw, anytime he, like, dips his head down, Seriphone's giving him, like,
Pat on the
nose
snout.
scritches.
Yeah. Pat on the snout.
Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Eating racist.
Now he's going to want to be a T-Rex in real life.
That's your problem after this show. Right now, it is awesome. Let me know how it goes, though,
This is
because
what
I'm
I-
dying to see.
This is what I do. I make dreams exist
Come true.
and come
Yeah.
true.
All right. So, I'm taking it, T-Grax, you're going to kind of be cool and stay as you are. Full of
Yeah,
Elven
until the
Ranger?
hour's over.
Okay.
Yeah.
Until the hour's over.
So I have to drop it.
Yeah.
Having eaten the less than hospitable guide, but having a firm idea of where you are going, you continue along as Trym kind of guides you with the map past a waterfall with a nice little set of bridges connecting one bank to the other. And as you round the back of the kind of mountainside or the little peak from which the water descends, a giant clearing, one of the first ones in the canopy that you've seen in 3 days, opens up, and a modest temple made of stone appears just in the afternoon sun. And as you look around the grounds of not only the kind of temple itself, but the clearing, like most temples, there's grounds. All of the statues appear to be made of the same stone as the structure for the temple, but every single one of them seems to have had their faces smashed off. And judging by the contrast of the, general exterior of the statue, as well as the new kind of fractured part where the faces were smashed off, the contrast of color, very sun-worn and probably thousands of years old, here is very, very clean and very new, and most of them have piles of rubble at the feet of these statues, saying that these statues were probably smashed relatively recently.
Can we tell what race the statues were?
You cannot.
What they-
They are not to any kind of scale. Like most temple grounds, you would expect them to be exceptionally large. And based on their age, they're probably not very, correct. They are probably made by a primitive culture thousands of years ago who just wanted something to kind of revere as opposed to make a realistic representation thereof. All right. And let us get rid of this. And we will put the tomb up. All right, well, I guess I better keep T-Grax up in here. Boom. Oops. Oh, no. Oh, no.
At some point, if T-Grax lets her, because she'll, cast a message to get his attention, Seriphione would absolutely, be like, hey, hang on, let me climb up, and, be riding on his back. And Leroy just sunning on his scales, just having the best life.
Grax is down with this. That's what I was going to say. Is Grax should drop down. We'll be back at the trail. Grax is going to let everybody just ride on him because giant T-Rex. What is going to step off the path to challenge that?
Sir, and he's like playing the drum line from da 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 da, but whatever the drums that accompany that are.
The Jurassic Park beat while riding a T-Rex.
You spent all this time wondering if you could. You didn't think about whether you should.
We should. We should.
We absolutely thought about it.
That she saw.
We're happy that we
You're
did.
missing a Trym.
It's a play that she saw back in Neverwinter called Jurassic Pasture. It's as good as I could come up with.
So, as you make, let me get everything to scale. Make sure T-Grax is the right size. All right, there's T-Grax. We'll put you right up front, and everybody just kind of coolly sliding off your back as you make your way.
Sliding down the tail and
Very
some Flintstones,
right into something else.
Yeah. Yeah.
Surfing down.
As you stand before this temple, a single solitary wooden door fixed with very crude hinges, and not even like hinges so much as like a peg stuck into something, like a primitive door. Behind it, you hear the skittering of feet and a kind of hushed, what appears to be a conversation that Grax would vaguely recognize, that seems hurried and somewhat panicked. And on that note, we will take our break very quickly before we actually get to said temple. All right, see? Good time. Dog agrees. Dog's like, you're damn right. I gotta go outside.
Walked out of the room.
Somebody take me out. You got a break. You don't have any excuses. All right. It is currently 9:23 here on the East Coast. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break. Everybody to walk the dog, for somebody to probably cosplay a little dinosaur action around his house.
All the way to the kids' room.
Yeah, I get it, dude. It's awesome. So, yeah, 9:23. We'll be back in about 10 minutes for the actual Faceless temple, if you will. To ERKX58, our newest follower, thank you for the follow. To everybody watching at home, really appreciate you. And, of course, to all of my players who halfway through this has already become way crazier than I expected. Thank you guys for being awesome. This is way more fun than I wanted this to be. I wanted to teach a little song about like racism and these kinds of things, and instead we're playing Kaiju Big Battle. So great, love it. All right, so we'll be back in 10 minutes, and hopefully we'll see you on the other side for the actual Faceless Temple. See you in a moment. Boom, boom. All right, we are back for what I'm sure is to be a second half of craziness. Unfortunately, a little bit of business. The door is not going to be large enough for T-Grax to fit through, unfortunately. So you can take your time. You can just wait for your hour to end, or you can actively make Seriphione break your heart and no longer concentrate and deal with sad lizard man face when you're just a regular lizard man and not a T-Rex.
Alternatively, does anyone have the reduce spell? Sorry, buddy.
Sadly not, no.
I mean, we
Can't be a tiny
like
T-Rex.
I broke Manny. Well, we could I kind of want to just let him run around and have fun out here, like, stretch his legs.
Frolic.
Can't keep a T-Rex cooped up all day.
As he tries to scratch his back against trees, he just knocks them like clear over.
Just use the temple.
Oh God.
No, don't do that.
I as somebody who scratches their back on outside corners all the time, I'm going to allow it. as a free action. So as you kind of scrape your massive scaled frame against this very ancient temple, and upon physically making contact, you feel as if you have had both the best night of sleep of your life, and that any of the spiritual moments that your tribe achieves through their kind of, native indigenous rituals, that wisdom and that kind of wholeness that those ceremonies bring, you feel this as well as just this kind of real rejuvenation. And as you kind of scratch and scrape and keep in contact with the surface of the temple, this feeling continues, and you scratch harder. But the second you break contact, you go back to, I guess, the sad disappointment of just being a T-Rex, and whatever connection, either physical or metaphysical, is severed once you are no longer in contact with the temple. And in your last throes of enjoying the hour granted to you, that is probably, they'll erect a statue of you near your tribe, your camp, because of this. They will sing tales of your epic heroism as you embody the ancestor spirit of a physical embodiment of a T-Rex. But alas, like most good things, eventually it sadly comes to an end, and you are reverted back to Grax the noble and
slightly smaller,
justice-minded lizard folk, just back to your normal size. And the temple stands before you, a single crude stone door, the only entrance that you see as you probably made your way all the way around it to, and you're frolicking. But yeah, the door stands before you. What would you all like to do?
Grax is going to turn to everyone. A T-Rex ate her.
Just making sure we're all on the same
Happened
page.
to be eaten by a T-Rex.
You have a little something on right here. Got it. Perfect. And just so you know, if I focus on it, I can cast that for 2 hours next time.
Right, has he got even the bigger grin on his face?
He looked so sad. I wanted to cheer him up.
And he's like, oh shit.
So how high are the ceilings inside this temple?
Right.
And what happens if you bust out of it? Don't worry, while I process these thoughts, continue.
This isn't necessarily for this adventure.
If we want to put skylights in the temple, just change Grax to a T-Rex.
Do not kill me by turning into a T-Rex inside the temple.
I'll use it when it's appropriate. Probably an outside thing. I get it. Use your indoor voices, all that.
I'm going to remember something that I meant to do before, or the Sol is, and he's actually going to take out that arrowhead and wants to see what it was coated on, coated with. Because I meant to do that previously and I completely forgot.
Did we take her stuff or did we just leave it?
No, I ate her.
Took the map. Yeah.
Oh, like
I was gonna
all
say.
her equipment's gone?
That's good.
Give me an investigation check, and we'll say with it, yeah.
Okay, that's not.
Now that I can
that's also
focus, I'm going to
good
give him guidance.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
That dice is gone. I'm going to be stepping on that one later.
Oh no.
Out into
That's
the
not
alley
fun.
you go.
Nothing before.
18. That's an 18. Where did that
It
go?
definitely appears to be some kind of poison, obviously. And do you have any kind of background in poisons or hunting, maybe?
In hunting, yes, and also due to being Way of the Mercy monk, I can actually cure poisons, so I imagine he has some knowledge of them.
Okay, perfect. So what you would know is that at a certain point there are poisons and toxins designed for specific types of creatures. And this toxin is exceptionally poisonous. You saw how a single arrow, not even well placed, brought down a beast such as the Auroch, which weighs like 1,000 pounds. And you don't believe it's a poison for that specific type. That is an indicator of how strong it is against everything, but you would be fearful if you were the type of creature that this poison was designed for.
As soon as he realizes this, Soul just tattoos along different tattoos this time along his arm flare up, and he walks over to why am I forgetting the names right now?
Grax?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry. Yep. Walks over to Grax. Thank you, and lays a hand on Grax, and is using physician's. I don't know how to say it. Touch, and just to be safe, is basically ending a poisoned effect on him, considering he hates all the arrows. Yes.
Okay.
So just in case, using physician's touch.
Appreciate that. Had a little bit of an upset stomach.
You let out kind of a deep burp, kind of stomach acid bile kind of tinges your mouth, knowing it came from the depths. And as you do so, like people who've needed to belch are wont to do, an overwhelming sense of relief comes about you. And I don't have to make you make a con check in about 2 minutes. So, so very nice. You do feel infinitely better and relieved very suddenly by the removal of the impending poison that was about to happen. So,
just for it's worth, Grax, going forward, poisons that are extremely deadly and are probably from her words tuned to you. Don't eat it in mass quantities.
It was tasty.
Just a bit of handy advice. And I'm just gonna toss the arrowhead off to the side.
all right.
Very lax and tidy. Not being tidy.
Can you let us know if you poop out her gold later? Because she said she had a lot of gold.
Not her gold, though, but good point.
We found this after she got eaten by a non-party member T-Rex, a completely
Eaten by a
unaffiliated
T-Rex.
We heard a sax ringing.
an unaffiliated dinosaur.
And it pooped
As
out
concerned
gold.
companions, we went and avenged her and cut open the T-Rex and happened to scavenge a few things. Sadly, her body did not return.
Grax is going to move up and inspect the stone door.
I was gonna head up to the stone door as well. Or the door.
I'll go with.
All right.
I'm gonna pull out a wand of detect magic as I approach, just to use a charge of that.
Okay. There is a very almost tangible magical aura that you don't even need the spell for. There's kind of electricity in the air. Those of you that would have body hair or fur, it tingles. Rockjaw is probably
Stands on end.
bristling
Tingly.
a little in the back. Trym definitely in the back, up on the kind of, tips of the toe beans, tail straight up. Look, I don't know how the fuck we get on cats every single week. Toe beams and poopy
Somebody
snoots.
always plays a tabaxi.
True.
Taxis are awesome.
Yes. Plus, I love cats, so toe beans all day. And as you push this heavy door, does not feel like it's well traveled, like in its kind of path, as if it may have been sealed for a while. And the room opens up into a large foyer, 3 green stoned statues, also with the faces smashed and the piles of rubble essentially at the feet of the statues. And inside, two magical glowing lights, no flame, no anything, just radiating light, and what appear to be two lizard folk, slightly different, I don't know if species or breed, from Grax, a little less evolved, much closer to their kind of lizard forebears than this much more kind of humanoid evolved form that Grax and lizard folk that you all have encountered in the past have. They are hunched over, their tongues darting out, and as they are startled by the door opening, they raise their clubs, and as they do so, from essentially the shoulder down to about the waist, they are covered in blood, and attached to the belts there appear to be flesh and hair affixed to one solid like form, with the kind of hair tucked into their belts and these clumps of bloodied flesh hanging from their belts. And as you make your way in, they both make steps back towards the hallway, screaming something unintelligible, almost like a cadenced and inflected hiss. Grax, you're going to recognize this as a very, very primitive dialect of your natural language outside of common, your indigenous language. And you can't make out much, but it follows the same structure and the same kind of base sounds as your indigenous language. But they continue to scream at you and at each other as they slowly kind of back up towards what appear to be two large corridors on either side of this large entry room. And if Grax will be first through the door, go ahead and put yourself wherever you want to go, and what do you want to do as the first in?
I'm just going to step right in through the door with my, draw my glaive, and in that tongue, wore out, hold, yield. With an intimidation check. Just get them to stop, drop.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and give me your intimidation check.
23.
Okay. You're gonna come in big. You've made it this far. A glint of almost relief comes over them as somebody like them has made their way into the temple. And seeing another lizard folk, they're gonna kind of look at each other, and while still maintaining a kind of ready defensive posture, they're gonna lower their clubs. And in a broken kind of attempt to bridge what little language gap there is, they're gonna basically ask you questions like help and destroy defilers, as they kind of keep screaming these two phrases that these are the main words you kind of pull out, given that they're speaking a very primitive dialect of your indigenous language.
So I'm going to gesture at them and then turn to gesture at them just to hold, to wait. And I'm going to turn to the party and translate what they've said to me. And then raise the question of, so Do we stop them or help them stop the Lord's Alliance?
If I can see in what they have on their waist, does it look like basically scalps? Like they've scalped people?
Yes, including the faces.
Oh, the faces too. That's fucked up.
Oh, in that case, eyes are going to flare blue. One of the beads in his beard is going to, you can see runes start to form, and I'm going to summon I'm going to use the frost rune upon myself, which for the next 10 minutes, I get +2 to all ability checks, save those for strength and con. Just in preparation and for anything that might happen. And just say to you, Grax, for those that would defile the dead in such a manner, I have no pity.
Can lizard folk be medium or only large?
These
Lizard
are
folk
actually
medium.
These are a little. They'll still be medium, but physically in stature, they are nowhere near as large as Grax.
Okay. Seriphione taps one of her tattoos and from it casts Disguise Self on herself and also becomes a lizard folk.
Okay. One's closer to the ones you're encountering here, or the kind of more, I guess I don't want to say evolved, but
Modern.
yeah,
Closer
sure.
to more looking like Grax.
Okay.
Like I could be Grax's sister maybe.
Okay. All right.
But like still with 2 little horns, as like a brow ridge kind of thing.
Okay. Saul, did you make your way into the temple?
I would have stepped up just behind or next to Grax, depending on what space there is.
Okay. All right, and then Seriphione, let's go ahead and just give you. We'll put your little leer off here to the side. We'll give you the. We'll give you the green outline, just in case we get all crazy and have to start moving lizard folk around, keeping them straight. As you transform, and then Saul, your runes, as you activate them, they give off like a light, an aura, something like
his eyes
a visible clue.
go blue.
Okay.
Yes, his eyes go for a second. They flicker like a luminescent ice, kind of clear blue-white form, and then drift back into his normal eyes.
As they see Saul's eyes turn blue, they're going to gain kind of a much more defensive posture, raise their clubs again, look at Grax as if for some cue as to what they should do, and as they do, like through the door off at an angle, they catch a glimpse of another lizard folk, and they once again kind of look at each other and scream. Disguise self, you don't get any language skills or anything, right? You just look the part. Okay.
Yeah.
So as they kind of quizzically look at each other, not sure what to take away from this, they look at Grax once again and ask, "Here to help?" Grax? Okay, sorry.
I'm
Sorry.
I'm actually having major conflict right now.
Yeah.
Soul is just going to be seeing, not knowing what was said, but seeing Candy pause, is just going to mutter to you of, trust me, I can understand defending that which is natural from the encroachers of civilization, but I have limits of what I can accept.
What if we talk them into not doing this anymore? Because like Baron sucked, but she but like her goal was to get them to stop bothering the other people. Like, what if we could get them to stop?
If they'll stay to the jungles and stop attacking.
Either stay to the jungles or like, there's plenty of tribes who live like pretty close to cities and stuff, and they trade, and like, I don't know, Varen sucked because she couldn't see that it didn't have to be a fight, I think. You know?
So so if we can get them to stop being savages,
Yeah.
as
Yeah.
bad as that feels to say.
Well, not like they don't have to change their way of life. They just like
they have to
okay,
coexist.
There's a chance that like they weren't the ones that drew first blood. You know what I mean? Like a solid
if
chance
they-
if Baron's any indication.
They were defending themselves, maybe.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Potentially. Yeah.
Like
Even so, they were defending themselves. That does not give reason to take the scalps and faces. The dead are dead. You ought to respect them as soon as they pass.
so I don't. You're not wrong, but I have a big ass bone on my back right now. Like, and like if you ever wear leather, that's like we all wear a lot of dead things. It's kind of just
not-
by your culture.
It is
I
not
guess.
that I speak against. There are ways to. I would not be happy, but I shall go with the group. Just know that I would not be happy with this if you choose to go this route.
They have to have a reason for scalping people.
Well, I mean, defiling their temple.
Well, are we assuming it's their temple?
So, yeah, they are in probably just as much of a quandary as you are, Grax. They have seen two now lizard folk kind of barge into this temple that they're in. Both of you much larger, and kind of the new hotness as far as lizard folk go. And they are really looking to you for guidance in this moment. What do you want to do? Look, you got to be a dinosaur and have that fun. Now you got to make tough choices. That's the way it works.
Do you know like the lizard folk? This lizard folk word for negotiate, maybe?
Oh no, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Can we ask to speak to their leader? Take me to your leader. Yeah, because this is this our temple?
They look to each other, and they point to like the visible weapons that they can see, and point to the ground. And while they do so, they hold theirs. I'm not in frame. Like as far out as
they
possible.
want us to drop our weapons.
And they put theirs down as well. And hands up, their weapons are on the ground. And they start kind of motioning to you to do the same.
I set my glaive down.
Okay.
I don't have anything.
Okay.
Seriphione throws her rapier on the ground. Glaive. This tiny little tiefling with a giant ass glaive.
I play death metal. That's what kind of bard I am. Oh, in this case, hey, spirits bard. Hey, pretty close.
I thought about that being her flavor, but I just did that with Plago.
Trym, you gonna put down your bow?
I don't think I can do that.
Okay.
What about the arrows?
I don't think that I am very comfortable walking in here with no weapon, regardless of, because we don't know how many of them are in there. And only these two put down their weapons. That doesn't mean that everyone else is going to do the same.
I'm gonna tap Grax, or I don't even have to tap him because spirit bard. But whisper some guidance to Grax, just because like, hey, we might need to talk this out a little bit more, because I think she has a good point.
Okay.
Like 1 or 2 of ours going armed isn't an unreasonable ask.
So I'm going to turn back to the party. What if Solaityr and I both went? If things go wrong, we can handle ourselves without weapons.
I'm with you.
I'm happy to go with you if you need me.
I mean, I cannot be bereft of my weapons.
That's my point. You know, the three of us can handle ourselves even without physical weapons to carry.
And I can make dinosaurs.
I suppose if the three
Or
of
bunnies.
us go in, and you, Serif and Trym are outside, if you hear us shouting, a dinosaur busting through the wall would be a good entrance.
Oh, that's a different idea. Well, I was thinking I could go in because, like, I also can heal a bit.
I can do
The
some
other
rudimentary
idea,
healing.
like, Trina, you like sneaky, or are you more like?
I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sneaky.
If they don't know that you're there, they can't take your weapon.
That is true. Can they see me?
By where everybody is currently, no. You're going to be outside of the view. With Big Saul in front of you, Grax in front of you.
I mean, Sol is 5 feet. He's not
That's
big
right.
at the moment.
Yeah, but
Yeah, it's not big.
Grax makes up for it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I would imagine. I would imagine your
I would be
silhouette.
comfortable.
I imagine your silhouette would be like able to be obscured by, Grax's, form.
Yeah, I could go in and stealth, maybe.
As long as I know where you are at the start, I can keep whispering little, hey, sneak over there to you, give you a little help.
I can also.
All right.
So we have a plan.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. All right. As you lay your weapons down, and I guess Trym, you're gonna kind of just fall in at the very end as everybody comes through the door, one by one.
Right, and I got a 21.
Okay.
Very, very
Can you
sneaky.
add guidance to that? That's a D4.
That would be a 25.
Okay. As they seem satisfied that at least at this moment in time you have at least non-openly hostile intentions, they start to head down the hallway. Down this way. And are you just going to follow them as they go?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Behind.
As they continue down, you're going to pass. Excuse me. A room that seems to have, as you peek in, really ancient pottery. From a distance, Grax, you would realize that the kind of art style, if not some of the characters and depictions on the side, are very traditional, kind of lizard folk creation tales and fables, famous scenes of famous stories that
This is their mythos.
yes. And that room is also occupied by 3 glowing lights. As you make your way past this last one, let's open up these 2. They seem to have what appear to be oops, sorry, I don't mean to move you. What appear to be like bedrolls, and this strikes you as weird because they're a little small for somebody of your kind. As you reach the end of the hallway, another hallway opens up in front of you with a door to the right. Immediately across from this opening is another statue. This one, a little more modern in its depiction and was probably created a little more recently than the other ones. Unfortunately, its face too is smashed with all the debris lying at its feet. And this one has not the kind of rigid, straight up and down posture of the other statues. This one has a more, for you, familiar kind of stance and posture. And as the two lizard folk turn the corner into the room, let's go ahead and boom. As you turn the corner, you see another different lizard folk standing on what appears to be an altar with an immense bubbling pool of green liquid giving off a very sweet, aromatic, almost tropical fruit kind of smell. Big viscous bubbles. I mean, like big. Steam kind of coming off. The room feels very humid and to you, very comfortable. And as you turn the corner and he sees the first two lizard folk make their way in, have you come to help us? Or have you sided with the corruptors?
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. We're going to have to come to some kind of middle ground.
Why should we make peace with those who wish to steal from our ancestors?
Can't really stop them from stealing from your ancestors and continuing to come back and kill you if you don't stop attacking them. I understand they came first and took your things.
They smashed our statues.
And we can rebuild statues.
These were owned by the first of our kind.
Can I try casting mending on one of the statues? Or sorry, first of all, are they speaking common or
yes? This one
okay.
is.
Okay. Yeah. Can I cast mending on one of the statues and see if I can repair the damage, or would I have to have like the other? There's a face anywhere somewhere.
It's as if somebody just kind of bashed it and then let everything fall. Like the same way if you broke a window and all the glass just kind of fell. So
got it.
In essence, it's all there. Some pieces bigger than others. But if you were to kind of venture a guess, you could probably get an idea of how it would all fit back together.
Okay. Is that something I could attempt to try?
Sure.
Just like kind of scooping up like.
And then give me an Arcana check just to see how well you can kind of force your magic into fixing this temple.
I have no idea what my Arcana is. It is not very high.
Spooky, not magical.
Guidance on myself.
So Arcana not good.
Ooh,
Got
that's
it.
a 19.
Ooh, very nice.
19. And I forgot the guidance. 23.
And you were worried.
Yeah, because I have a +2. +3.
As you cast your spell, and as you kind of, roughly fit the pieces back together where they kind of obviously the seams match in a sense like a puzzle, the seams start to fuse, and as they do, this very clearly lizard folk formed face comes together on the floor, like in your hands, like not quite, back up on its place. But all of the pieces and the shards that were on the ground have now formed into this very clearly lizard folk face. And as you do, you're still a lizard folk yourself, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Seeing Grax as this lizard kind of face comes back together, you look at Grax and you kind of look at it, and it more closely resembles the lizard folk that you have found within this temple.
Got it. Trying to figure out how to say something to Grax without the old guy seeing or knowing. I don't know if there's. Well, I'm kind of in the corner. I could cast a message and hope that he doesn't hear. I'm gonna cast to Grax and maybe some of the others on our side of the room hear me. Just say, hey, I mean, the Lord's Alliance did send her and knew exactly what kind of person she was. They're not really in the clear here either. I don't know that helping them is the worst idea. The folk here, I mean.
How far away are you from me?
I'm not positive where we wound up. I haven't been moving my token. DM, whereabouts would I have been to fix that statue?
Everybody kind of fell in line as you would pile through the door. Your marching order would be Grax, Saul, Seriphione, Rockjaw, and then stealthing in and out Trym last. And then if everybody was to spill into like the chamber, that's how it would be. But depending on where Grax is, are you just at the hallway kind of peering down the corridor into the room and letting him yell at you?
I mean, I would have moved in further than that by now.
Okay.
But I would still be blocking the view of the folks behind me, so they wouldn't have seen her. Would they have seen her mending the face of the statue?
No.
I have no idea. Okay, so is the statue the scream thing right here?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so Soul certainly heard me, and probably Rockjaw too, and you can respond to a message as well.
Yeah.
I'm going to reach back for you to hand me the face.
The face is now back on the statue, I think, isn't it? Or is it?
No, you said it formed in your hands.
It's formed in your hands.
Understood. Yeah, I hand it over.
So I'm going to take the face and walk it into the room and show him that, we can fix this. But you have to stop attacking.
Yeah, I think Rockjaw would say it's just like, so roughly it's just like, yeah, I see your point. Obviously, sending the message back. This is obviously their home. And yeah, they were just obviously defending themselves.
Albeit overzealously.
Yes, yeah. So, yeah.
The shaman is going to see the statue, and as much as a lizard is allowed or is capable of emoting joy, eyes are gonna get all big, and he's gonna look upwardly, mutter something unintelligible. We shall continue to defend our temple. Seek now the peace with your masters that you sought with us.
I'm gonna wing the face at him.
You know what?
The face
Mm-hmm.
that I just showed him that we fixed. Yeah, I'm throwing it at his head.
Okay.
Because it's one of those. I know I came here to try and help. I don't tolerate the ignorance. I just ate a woman because of the ignorance.
He's gonna dodge, and as he does, an audible sound makes its way and reverberates through the temple. And everybody give me a perception check, please.
21.
Okay.
Pretty good.
That's a natural 20.
Okay.
Like someone's noticing.
25.
22.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I got an 8.
Okay.
Do you need my total?
We don't all know what's happening.
No.
Everybody except Rockjaw is going to feel the deep vibration within their chest of the recognizable sound of a horn being blasted from somewhere outside of the temple.
Wasn't the guy following us or something? Ooh. This is a really convenient time for me to remember that I have this. I cast tongues on myself. And say, would you excuse us a minute, please?
Hold, please.
Yeah, we'll be right back. Just stay here. We have some business to take care of.
We shall
Y'all just leave.
remain. I hope that the peace you seek with us, you may find with others. And he kind of goes back to what his ritual was. The big bubbles keep coming back, and the smell of the kind of fragrant tropical fruit, like hot Hawaiian punch, kind of permeates. And everybody has this spiritual moment of clarity as this ritual continues, and you see the lizard folk kind of almost euphoric as the kind of cauldron bubbles. And as they kind of continue almost entirely unaware that you were once there, they go about this, the bubbles get bigger, the steam kind of fills the room, to the point where you're probably almost feeling like a burning of the nose from just as the smell just intensifies and intensifies.
Grax just yells "run" and goes to flip the cauldron.
It's like a well. It's stone.
It's set in the ground.
Okay, so it's not like something on the ground. It's in the ground.
It is the ground.
Okay.
Can I do an Arcana check to try and like parse the purpose of it?
Okay.
Of what they're doing?
Yeah. Or I'll take religion.
No, you know nothing.
I don't know a damn thing. He's making soup. He's making soup in there is what he's doing. It's good soup.
It's very tasty, like Hawaiian punch.
That
Hot
20 to
Hawaiian
that
punch.
one.
Hot Hawaiian punch. Key part.
I need 4 on my
Hawaiian.
guidance. The spirits were like, dude, he's doing
Oh,
stuff.
I don't feel
and-
so bad about my perception.
So if they're distracted by their ritual, and we hear the horn outside,
we need to get outside quickly.
Yeah.
Okay.
And,
As
yeah,
yeah, go ahead.
let's see. I was just about to say, it seems to me we have two options. Convince them not to, or let them. Or third option is we attack what's incoming. That's the way I see it.
Well, the problem is they're not going to coexist. So,
No.
right. So at this point, trying to save them is moot.
I wasn't talking, I was thinking about, yeah. No, I see your point.
I mean, I can like try and talk the Lord's Alliance into not being dickheads, because Varen kind of seemed like the outlier, if I remember correctly. Like, I didn't know her that well, and I didn't know the other guys that well. I was mostly in a barrel for the boat ride, but
I was on the boat ride. Don't you remember?
I was there.
Yeah.
Not a lie.
Yeah, no, I was like, if he tells me to roll deception, I'm going to tell him it's persuasion. But yeah, like, they might not all suck.
Very much doubt it.
With a very endearing belief in humanity. They might not all be terrible, maybe.
I mostly believe in
not
dinosaurs.
I believe in rabbits.
I don't believe in isms. I only believe in me. So as under the guidance of everybody kind of aware of what is approaching, you make your way out of the temple. The smell that was emanating from the cauldron has now filled the entire structure. You don't feel lightheaded. You don't feel anything. Just kind of alive. Maybe a little overwhelmed by just the kind of unctuous nature of how sweet the aroma is. And as you make your way back across the temple grounds and along the path, you make your way to the waterfall that you encountered on your way in. And
Just like say I grabbed my axe.
Yeah, grabbed my blade on the way out.
on my way out. Okay. So
I leave my repair. I don't need it.
let's go ahead and let's throw down some tokens here. Put you all boom.
It's a whole lot of boys.
Boom. Boom.
That's
and
quite a nice map.
boom. And then we'll give Seriphione the little green outline. This is just so everybody's on the map. It doesn't have to, it's not necessarily reflective of where you are as you encounter this brood.
I just need to be right back for a second. If
Okay.
I turn my camera off, will it mess with the alignments? thing as well?
No, it shouldn't, because you're on the bottom as far as the technical thing goes, so you should be good.
Okay, I'll be right back. Sorry about this.
Cool. So as you make your way out, you see what appears to be a significant presence. Also, you notice that one of the bridges that you crossed on your way to the temple grounds has been smashed, making it inaccessible from your end. However, also on your end, there appear to be two kind of paladin, stature by kind of appearance, a druid, a water elemental under the control of said druid, a fire priest just across the suddenly cut up bridge, 4 archers on the far shore, as well as Commander Holmes. And he blows the horn one more time, this time clearly rattling everybody in the chest from how close it is to you now. It's quite disappointing.
I respond with like,
Sorry.
I step on his moment a little bit by doing like a like drum to respond to his horn, because I'm using my rhythm maker's drum, I think it's called, to regain my bardic inspiration slot.
Little improv jazz. Yeah, man, I gotta feel it. Prove it.
More of like the like the getting ready to like start marching military kind of beat.
Okay.
Just yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to take a step forward and call out to Commander Holmes. It's just like, can we help you?
Have you cleared the grounds of the savages as you were tasked?
Yeah, about that.
Sure.
They were. Yeah, no.
That is unfortunate. Is it because you find a soft spot for these savages in their primitive temples made of rock that reek of that awful smell?
No, it's their home. What business have you got invading their home?
The benefits to the Lord's Alliance, Candlekeep, and civilized society as a whole from what we can take out of there far outweighs the lives of these things barely above primitive beasts.
Well, that's your opinion.
I act on behalf of the Lord's Alliance. It is the opinions of our betters that they must leave. And they will not do so willingly. They will stand in the way of our progress. And he's going to point to Grax. Look at what civilization has done for this one. You think he belongs with you? He only does this because of what we have brought to him. He owes us. And you stand
Grax
side
just
by
cups
side
his
with
hands
him.
over his mouth. Sit and spin, asshat.
What I would expect from your kind.
He turned. I turn around and say, "Well, I wouldn't call. Yeah, not betters. This Grax here is a lot more noble than you'll ever be." And then I wanna I just got to the point of giving up and trying to convince him not to. If you see what I mean.
I have no interest in it, and I would like to cast Synaptic Static if anyone does not have a problem with that.
May
I have absolutely.
May I say something first?
Yeah.
I start to raise my hand. I see you, and I'm like, all right. I put my hands in my pockets.
This is your last chance.
Pockets.
I hold no joy with these people, and gesture back behind me towards the temple. Nor do I hold joy with you, Commander. You say you speak for the Lord's Alliance, and yet from what I have worked with in the past, you seek your own advancement. As I understand it, just as the Emerald Enclave that I am a part of is the unification of nature against that which would threaten, the Lord's Alliance works to unify the cities and the civilization to protect your borders. Defense is as an offense, if I remember your own tenets. Yet here you stand, blades ready and drawn to draw blood, in violation of your own code. And then you self-aggrandizing, self-centered, self-focused, so lost to your own narrative, so zealot in your belief, that you are able to see the woods for the trees anymore. So lost in your own glory that you have forgotten your own mission, that you have forgotten your duties and your oaths. I have worked with the Lord Alliance in the past, and in honor of that past, I now ask you to lay down your blades and your weapons and stand down and face trial and punishment. If not, the full wrath of the Emerald Enclave, of my fellows here, shall be brought against you and I will ensure that all in the Lord's Alliance, from Waterdeep to Neverwinter and all cities in between, will know your name and know your disgrace. Stand down.
They will know
Right,
my
I get-
name as that
I was
who
just gonna-
conquered this savage land. There will be a city named after me for bringing culture, intellect, reason to these beasts.
I'm going to interrupt him by growing into giant size and just shouting, "Silence!"
I'm just going to turn around and say, yeah, what he said, pointing to Sol.
Because that was the most eloquent fuck
Yeah,
you.
yeah, that was awesome. That was
Can I-
bravo.
Can I throw him a bardic inspiration for that shit?
Yes. Also, go ahead and do your synaptic static as Saul
Ooh, that's
continues
quite a
to
spell.
kind of berate Commander Holmes. He stands there, very smug and content, and as he raises his hand,
That's fine.
he commands his archers, knock, draw. What do I owe you? A save?
Give me, yeah, it's gonna be
What's the range of
20-foot radius. So I'm just trying to figure out how to put that down. Because I want to get him, and I think I can get most, if not all, of his archers in there too.
Okay.
If
Yeah, you
I
can get all of them.
yeah,
What's
because I
the
want to
save?
start like
Is it a
with the-
intelligence save? I think.
I think that's about a 20-foot radius, if I'm not mistaken. And that is an intelligence save of 18. Yeah.
Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, this guy doesn't seem smart. I think that
Alright.
this is the spell for this boy.
Ooh.
Yeah.
All right.
And if
So
they fail, they're muddled, aren't they?
we'll do
That's a-
Commander Holmes first. That's going to be a 15, so no, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And then the archers, who I doubt are very intelligent. Oh, the archers are actually more intelligent than Commander Holmes.
Yeah.
That's
they, know,
right.
they know enough to not be in charge.
I'm so excited for what comes if they die.
None of them are going to pass either. 17 was the highest for an archer.
So all of 12, 17, 19, 20. They all take 23 points of psychic damage, and they all have muddled thoughts for a full minute. And during that minute, they will roll a d6 and subtract the number from all attack rolls and ability checks, as well as Constitution saving throws to maintain concentration. But I don't think any of them are casters, so
I love
What's the
synaptic
deal?
static.
And then they can roll
So
an
fun.
intelligence save at the end of their turn, don't they, to try and
oh
save.
yeah, you are correct. Thank you.
Okay,
I've
so
never used this
So
before.
fun.
I only know that because I use a spell. I use exactly the same spell on Monday.
all right. So how much damage again? Just
Did I say 23? Oh, hang on. Because I am casting through my focus, so I get to do a little bit more.
yeah, roll that d6. Just played a Spirit Bard 2 weeks ago. Know what I'm talking about.
So that's a total of 28 damage to each of them.
Okay. All right. Let me.
It's going to be helpful.
28, 1. Okay, cool. Look at that. Quick maths. All right. So as you hit them with this, I imagine, just full-on vicious assault of the mind, they all
The
kind
moving
of
component
count.
is eat shit.
And as he was commanding the archers to fire, and just as everybody's kind of hit, what's the rest of that aside from just all kinds of fuck you?
For the next minute, they have to take a 1d6 away from every attack roll and ability check.
Ugh.
And if they're casters, they also have to take that away from their Constitution saving throws to maintain concentration.
Oh, okay. All right. So with the verbal assault and the psychic assault, let's go ahead and everybody roll for initiative, please.
Okay, that seems very oddly fitting, and that 20.
Nice.
You've got a nat 20.
Yep,
Did you
I
just roll
am
a
loving this. Yep.
I got
This
a
is now
nat
my
20 as
new
well.
dice. Nice.
I did
Total
not
for
want
me,
to go first this time, apparently. I rolled
24.
a 5.
Yeah, I've
So I
got
got
a
a
30
24.
total. Yeah, I got a 30 total.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Grax,
Nice. Very nice.
23.
23. Seriphione,
21.
21. Okay.
Also, this is officially my new favorite dice. It is not rolled the whole night.
I love that I've gotten like solid initiative checks and still gone like almost last in every round. Like you guys are killing it.
Okay. Just
I'm
to,
definitely going
Like I
last
say,
this time.
my initiative's +6, and then I've got the ability that adds my proficiency bonus. So that's another +4.
Yeah, that's an insane feat.
all right.
This is
so,
definitely becoming my favourite race in D&D at the minute.
Rockjaw, Sol, Grax, Seriphione, Marshals, Casters. Okay, cool. Sorry, there's a lot to keep track of. All right. So as they are, absolutely just mentally just crippled by Seriphone's synaptic static, just playing all kinds of mechanical disasters that you will remind me of when it's their turn. It's now Rockjaw. You will be first to act. For the purposes of travel, going down an embankment will be considered regular movement. Anything in the water, difficult terrain, and going back up an embankment, also difficult terrain. Just to keep track of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does this count as a coast?
Sure.
Because I have favored terrain for coast.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah. Yes, in that case, it absolutely does. We want you to do the cool thing.
Do the thing.
Yeah, I want you to become a dinosaur.
Do the rock.
Do your thing. Do your thing.
Like you could stop me.
Yeah. All right. So Rockjaw first to act.
Okay. Bonus action. I'm going to rage again. Use my instinctive powers and move up to half my speed, which is 20. So I want to head over the bridge.
Okay.
And then use the rest of my movement to get to the whatever those two are, because I don't really see.
Okay.
Are they paladins, you said?
Yeah.
Reckoners.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I will.
Are they the Lord's Alliance side or our side?
The Lord's Alliance.
Lord's Alliance. Okay.
Everybody not with you is part of this larger expeditionary force under the command of Commander Helms that was supposed to be along eventually has arrived.
Gotcha.
Yep. So I'm just going to attack twice with my great axe.
Okay. The left one or the right one?
Left one to begin with.
Okay.
Yeah, so that'll be a 26 to hit.
Yes.
The first. Okay. And a 23 to hit for the second.
Yes, both of them.
Yeah. So that'll be a first one will be an 8 plus a 3 will be 11 slashing. And that'll be another 9 plus 6 is 15, another 18 for the one on the left.
All right. With your two massive axe strikes, these relatively lowly soldiers under the command of somebody who eloquently just got told to fuck off takes some real meaty damage. You manage to smash in, not only cut through their plate armor like a cutting through a can, but also managed to smash it in as well with just the massive force of your blows. What else you got?
That will be the end of my turn.
Okay.
So
Sol.
I've used my bonus action to rage, moved, and then attack.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey Manny.
Yep.
Yes.
I apologize if it's too late. No big deal. I misread synaptic static as 66, but it's 8d6. Would it be okay if I rolled those last two d6 now that I noticed?
Sure.
I appreciate it. Sorry.
It's okay.
That's an additional 6 damage.
Okay.
Whiplash.
For everybody, right?
Yeah, for all of them.
Okay.
I was like, wait, why does it say 8?
That's quite a spell.
Okay.
That's great.
After a couple of moments, they are struck by a sudden headache, once again, crippling them mentally. All right, so a little more damage that we came around to. Rockjaw smashed
Sorry
the
about
shit.
that.
You're fine. Out of the Reckoner, Saul, Giant Saul as well. Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
If he was a barbarian, he'd be raging right now,
Okay.
and he's just going to look over at the commander. You violated the tenets of the agreement between the Emerald Enclave and the Lord's Alliance by your own words and admissions. Allow me to be your executioner. And with a key to dash as the bonus action and an action to dash, that gives me a movement to 135.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
So I imagine I can very easily make it over to him with 135 feet.
20 for me. Yeah.
Don't even go by the bridge, if I counted correctly.
Yeah, it's
I think I counted.
the width of the water is about 85 feet. So yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm just going to run up to him, and then I'm going to action surge, and I'm going to punch him twice. In the
Okay.
face, quite hard. And I'm a giant, so I get an extra d6 of damage if I hit. Let me find my dice just in case.
Yeah, lucky duck.
Okay, so to hit is a 23.
Yes.
Okay, where's my d8s? They just vanished on me. There they are. That deals, oh, that's good, 14 points of damage on the first.
Very nice.
The second is a, god damn it, maths, 25 to hit.
Yes.
Yep, thought so. With a, oh, not as good this time. Yeah, 12 points of damage on the second.
Very nice.
And that's my turn.
Okay. Using your,
Oh, hold on, sorry.
immense stride,
I've-
you've managed to like completely span the distance, take 2 extremely large shots at Commander Holmes, and I believe something else as well.
Yep, the runes on my hand are going to glow as sickly necrotic form, and I'm going to deal an additional 7 points of necrotic damage as I use Hand of Harm.
Okay.
And he is now poisoned.
Oh, cool! Everybody doing well. Fabulous. The farm.
Precision's touch. When I use Hand of Harm on a creature, he is subjected to poison condition until the end of my next turn.
Okay. All right. So
He's
poison.
out, so
and-
poisoned is disadvantage, I think, on attack.
Yeah.
Check it. Conditions. Oh, let's forget how it works. Disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
All right.
As I just now loom over this guy.
Okay. Grax, you are next to act.
I am going to rage.
I bet you are.
I bet you. Who'd have thunk it? I am going to. Oh, I'm measuring again. I am going to run across the bridge,
Okay.
and I am just shy of 5 foot, but I have 10-foot reach.
Nice. With your glaive.
Yep, with a glaive, and so I am going to hit the one on the right 3
Okay.
times.
Okay.
Nothing like
That's
a
a
bit of healthy
26.
competition.
26 hits.
$17?
17 does not. Is it?
No, 17 damage.
Oh, yes. 17 damage is legit and valid.
23 to hit.
Yes.
18 points of damage.
Okay.
And then my bonus attack 21 to hit.
Yes.
$11 points of damage.
Very nice. As you are not only probably, Dungeons and Dragons mechanically enraged, I also imagine emotionally pretty steaming. As you were,
I'm gonna eat him next.
As you were kind of called out
with a fork.
A spoon. Why a spoon? It's dull. It'll hurt more. Dave, Sam, sorry, my British accent's terrible. All right, so you're gonna take 2 significant chops out of this paladin, or 3. I'm sorry, and just wail away with all of your, like I said, both barbarian rage and probably your emotional thereof, as everybody has not been very nice to you. Grax, what else you got? That it?
That's it.
Cool.
I would just like to. Sorry, Manny.
Go ahead.
Would just like to point this out. I've got ancestral protectors. While raging, the first creature you hit with an attack on your turn has disadvantage on any attack that isn't against you. And when the target hits a creature other than you, that creature has resistance to the damage dealt by the attack.
Okay.
So so
This is just the debuff game.
I know.
At this
I was
point,
like,
you don't touch.
My punishment for having a ton of enemies is everybody's gonna have their own unique debuff. So, hey, fabulous.
I'm ready to make our 3-5 game.
I've got more stuff planned.
I'm sure. I'm sure, and there's going to be a lot of time because there's a lot of things here. All right. Cool. All right. So, got it. All right. Seriphione, you are up. I'm dying to know. First of all, are you still lizard?
Yes, because that can't. I don't think it can drop. Disguise self as a duration one.
Okay.
To my knowledge.
I'm
torn.
Bardic Inspiration.
I look over at Grax, and I'm thinking about that dinosaur time, but he's gonna need to run a lot of places. Probably not the best right now, and heart breaks a little. I look at these paladins and that druid, and they probably got pretty high wisdom saves. They're pretty well, they're not wise right here, but and then I look at Grax again, and I'm going to use my my action to target him with my bestow tail, and I rolled 9, which gives tail of the brute, and whispers come from both as I'm speaking and from the back piece, and just kind of weave through the air in this wisp and carry to his ears. And each creature of the target's choice, it can see within 30 feet of it, must make a strength saving throw. On a failed save, the creature takes thunder damage equal to 3 rolls of my inspiration die and is not prone. A creature that succeeds takes half as much and isn't knocked prone. So you choose targets within 30 feet of you, and then they have to make a strength saving throw.
Okay.
Let's make. I was like, because this might be the druid's too far.
It's the 2 reckoners. That's it.
Yeah, that's it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I think is it on your turn? It has to be triggered as a bonus action.
Let me double check that actually. Thank you.
I know there is a triggering condition. If it says they trigger, there's often a triggering condition. I can't remember for Spirit Bard. Let's have a look.
Weird bard shit.
Right.
I think that they can just do it.
Let me just double check. Because I remember this at least something like this when I was looking into the Spirit Bard. I could be wrong, obviously. So, which tail is it?
Tail of the brute.
Tail of the brute. Yeah.
Which is there's a story about a raging warrior that is coming to Grax's ears right now. Not that he can hear much, I'm sure.
What plus?
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
sorry,
there's-
I'm wrong. I'm wrong, yeah. I think some of them dictate triggers, but that one doesn't. No,
Yeah.
All right.
yeah, ignore me, sorry.
You good?
I appreciate the
different ones.
check.
Yeah. All right. So what are we doing? Strengthy saves.
Yeah, they need to make strength saves DC 16, which
Ooh!
might be their highest.
Boom! Both of them nailed it. 20 and a 19 for a 23 and a 22.
So they take half damage.
Okay.
I'm sorry. That's two tens, and a 6. So that's 13 points of damage each.
Okay. So as this, what is it, like a spirit's tail? Tail of spirits? Something like that?
Yeah, Tale from Beyond.
Okay. And then as it, so you whisper it to Grax and then describe what
He gets
happens.
it.
Okay. So it's those two reckoners, and then the tail gets told through him. He acts like, or
Yeah, I'm like the focal point for it.
Essentially, yeah.
Okay.
It echoes out from him, and I think in this moment especially, it's just bolstering him up and just it's thunder damage, so the sheer force of his anger just bursts out from him, and they like maybe stand against it, but it still fucking stings.
And as this like wave of thunder emanates from our twice angry lizard folk, you see the breastplates of the paladins just crumple in on themselves as they slump to the ground, dead.
I was just going to say, Rockjaw turns around to Grax and says, "Thanks for spoiling my fun."
And then for my bonus action, her head's gonna snap to the side and to the breastplate or the back plate say, "Tell me another one," and I'm going to take another tail. I'm not telling you what it is. And then I'm gonna move forward my 30 feet.
Okay. What's your budget? Feet's like to the middle of the bridge.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay. All right.
And that's my turn.
Next, we are up to the paladins, which are no longer standing. The archers, seeing Grax on this island close to them, are going to all draw their arrows, aim it at him. And how's this work? I get a roll, the regular attack roll, and then a d6 subtracting.
Exactly, kind of like Bane, but
Okay.
beefier.
All right.
Beefy Bane.
This is going
The
to be
more
fun.
beefy Bane's older brother.
All right.
Bane's brother, Boom.
All right. 12's not going to get it done. God, you guys are killing me. Somehow that's a negative.
He shoots himself in the foot. Wait, what?
Ooh, this one's going to do it. This
Make
one's,
racist stupid.
this one's going to be a 21 to hit.
That matches.
Okay. And then the last one is also it's a -4.
Jesus.
So it is going to be 1 is going to hit. It's going to do 7 points of piercing damage.
I was going to say,
Before or after mitigation?
Before. Yeah, so 3 piercing damage. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw at disadvantage, please.
Constitution saving throw at disadvantage.
Poisoned. I'm guessing it's the poison. Wait, no, it's not sporting.
My way's not very
24.
sportsman. What'd you get?
24.
Okay. You are definitely going to pass, but good chunk.
It's gonna be a lot of damage.
45 cut in half, 22. Because it would have been 45. You passed the save, 22. Does raging help with poison damage?
It negates, because I have that between Bear Totem and the ring, I negate all damage by half.
Okay, so at the end of the day, this ka-chunk of a shit ton of dice that should have been 45 is 11.
Can I throw my spirit shield? If you're raging at another creature you can see within 30 feet of you takes damage, you can use your reaction to reduce that damage by 3d6.
Okay. All right.
45.
That is
A 3d6 in theory, we could end up in the negatives. This whole game's gone off the rails. We're using imaginary numbers. People are becoming dinosaurs.
I feel like I told Manny what I was doing, and he's like, "I'm making an arrow just to spite your character."
That's 7.
Okay.
So I get 7 hit points back.
Yeah. Well, no. Reduce the damage by 7. Yeah. So
Yeah.
So
you take
45
4.
down to 4.
Yes.
So you took 4. Yeah.
Yes. Cool. Great. Love it.
I love it.
Thanks.
I love it.
Now, all right. Well, that was awesome. Okay, so that's with their synaptic static. It is now Commander Holmes's turn, who is going to
So
take
disadvantage and a negative d6.
Okay, cool. I just
From
love
the
rolling,
synaptic
I just
static.
love rolling a crap ton of dice. So let's do this. All right, at disadvantage. So that's going to be a 12 minus 4, so an 8.
Manny.
I'm just
Yes.
Sorry. Did you roll intelligence saves at the end of the archer's turn?
Oh no.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Oh no.
We'll be right back.
Go ahead and do that. Ooh. No. One of them is definitely going to survive. Or not, well, I don't know if survive is the right word.
Breakthrough.
The number 3, the third one, is going to get a...
I can do a little circle around him.
It appears to be 20... well, it's going to be a flat 20.
Yeah.
Oh, then yeah, he breaks free. So is it?
And then nobody else did.
So is it this one?
Yeah.
That I just drew the circle around?
Yes. Okay. So they are now free. All right.
Holmes making his attacks.
Yes. First one's going to miss. All right. And then second one, disadvantage minus a d6. It's like an algebra problem in D&D.
It really is.
13. That's going to be a 12. So that's also going to miss, as he finds it increasingly frustrating that a military officer of his capabilities, who he believes to be fighting those siding with primitive savages, he's very suddenly ineffective against the people he views as his inferiors. That is that. Trym, what do you want to do in this madness?
Alright. I am going
Be
to
prepared for friendship.
Holmes get his intelligence saving
yes.
throw.
Yep.
Disadvantage, any of that shit? Just
No.
okay.
Just straight.
No. Not gonna get it done. That's gonna be a 7.
I had a feeling. I had a feeling.
Alright, I am going to
So fun.
let's see. I am going to cast flame arrows on my quiver as my bonus action, and I am going to aim for the commander.
Okay. Hey buddy, that's what you get for being in charge, man.
And that is a whole lot.
Not a number.
Do you need more dice?
No, that was just my attack roll.
Big
but
hand reaches
math.
into the frame.
Right, math. That's like a 30 without the extra
Yeah,
proficiency.
you're good. Yeah, don't. Yeah. It's not a race.
Right. Okay. And then so that is 14 plus.
Please don't kill him.
Okay,
I
so
didn't
I got
get the final blow.
14 piercing, and then an additional 3 in flame,
Okay.
and fire damage. And then I am going to shoot him again, and that is the same.
Look, just a lot, okay? Does a lot hit?
A
yes.
lot.
Yes,
It's
it
just
does.
a lot. A lot. It's a lot. Okay. And then too much stuff.
See, if you just make your big bad racist, then you don't care if your characters kind of clown him a little bit, right?
No, that's kind of the
Like
point.
that.
The point was
Yeah.
definitely to be the, hey, they're the people that you're hunting are probably the victims in this by colonialism, essentially.
Okay, and then
Yep.
that was another
You know me too
10
well.
in regular, and then 3 in fire damage.
Okay. So as you hit this frustrated and seemingly kind of groggy Commander Helms with the arrows are on fire, yes?
Yes.
Okay. You're going to stick him, like, right in the tin can with 2 arrows that burn continuously, even after kind of jabbing at him, and starts to, like, soot up and kind of smudge this superior's shiny armor. Okay. Yeah. What else you got?
I am just going to move forward to the edge of this island, and that is it.
Okay.
For this round.
All right. We will start with the druid, who is going to kind
The
of.
druid really saw all this. Was like, yeah, I'm with the Lord's Alliance.
I mean, so we got a job to do. Plus battlefield. Plus, you never know. The druid could be lined up to be in charge once Helms is down. This could be working out in their favor.
I think they would have
Is it
realized
druid?
by now that stripes are a bad thing.
I hate my boss.
He just sees everybody going down. It's just like, I'm beginning to take my life as well.
The druid is actually going to stay put. The water elemental is going to take a little bit. It is going to stop just short, coming up the island.
Damn you. One more square.
And yeah, that's going to be it because it doesn't have any ranged attacks. Womp womp. All right, so that's it for the elemental. The paladins are dead. All right, so the flame priest on the far edge of the bridge begins to gesture, and kind of wisps of smoke and flame kind of make trail their hands as they do. And right about on the bridge, basically right on Seriphione, he's going to raise a giant fireball. So, Rockjaw, everybody except Saul, I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw, please.
This is the druid or the elemental?
The
Druid.
fire priest.
The fire.
On the
Oh, yeah, I
on the
forgot
far
about him.
bridge.
Oops.
The fire priest on the other side of the broken bridge. Ooh. That would be a 19 for me.
So you're
What
probably-
is
22.
it? 20.
21.
20 for me.
Okay, all right, great, thanks, good time. Cool.
And 2 of us take half. Well, I take half of that.
And
You don't have-
the
yeah.
amount of ones in this dice tray right now is
Oh,
3, 6, 10, 15, 18, 21, 20. So the most, so 11 for everybody except for probably, what, Rockjaw and Grax, you get your mitigation, so 5.
I'll take that.
Fireball does 5 damage.
How many?
Oh, you know what? That didn't do much damage. I was gonna say I forgot that I can counter spell, but it's
I'm not even
Hurt my
gonna
feelings
waste.
right
I'm
now.
not gonna waste it on your feeble spell to let you feel disappointed.
As a
over there.
tiefling-
That's your pain.
As a tiefling, don't you also have resistance against fire?
Oh yeah, I do. You're right.
Yeah, so you take 5 points too.
Cool. Awesome.
Sorry.
The joys of the DM.
All right. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get this poison arrow in here, and I was like, as long as I keep the barbarian in check, because I know that's what he does, we'll be fine. No, cool. Fuck that. We'll turn him into a dinosaur. Poison arrows. Love it. Okay, cool. Great. All right. So that is it for Flight Priest. Druid did nothing. Elemental did nothing. All right. We are back up at the top with Rockjaw. The elemental is about 10 feet away from you. The druid is a good
How
little
far
bit.
to the dread?
Let's see.
These are drawing my range.
35 feet to the druid.
Ooh, actually, I've got a speed of 40. Can I head for the druid, please?
Sure. You manage to nimbly make your way across the fallen log as this druid appears to be kind of controlling the elemental and directing it, coming right up on it, and I imagine you're going to smash it with your axe.
Yes. Think of the plan. Oh, does a 16 hit?
What are we hitting? The druid? Let's
Druid,
see. In all
yeah.
these stat blocks. Yes, it does.
Okay. So that'll be 12, 15 slashing damage for the first attack.
Okay.
Roll the 6. Plus 6, plus a 3. Then the second attack would be a 25 to hit.
Yes. You hit it twice with some left over.
So that'll be 16, 19 slashing damage.
The Lord's Alliance, while heavily investing in poison technology, verbosity, shiny armor, what they have not invested in is well-trained or
Barbarians.
stout druids. And
They did not prepare for barbarians.
and they thought you guys were on their side. What are they worried about? You just absolutely cut down this gnome druid as it stands there, barely even paying attention to your, forthcoming painful end. Mostly concerning itself with maintaining contact with the elemental. So as you smash it down dead into a bloody heap, the elemental dissipates.
That's the end of my turn.
Okay. All right, Rockjaw. Saul, hanging out with Commander Holmes, everybody's friend.
I'm just going to look down at him and... You're not looking so good, boy. Hurry on to your perfect civilization and death. And I'm going to cast Hunter's Mark as, again, a new set of runes on my body glow. And he is just targeted as my prey. So he is now Hunter's Marked. So that's an extra d6. And let's go with the attacks. So that's a nat 20.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh, yeah.
How do you want to do
Correct.
this?
Get
Hold on.
wrecked.
So that would be actually quite a lot of... Hold on, I need to get a calculator. Give me a second.
You're fine. You're fine. It's late in the UK.
So that would be 8 plus 6 plus 6 plus
14,
6 plus
20,
5. So 31, and now I
26,
roll.
31.
31.
Now I'm rolling. There's more to add to that.
Okay.
31. Remember 30,
Add 5.
36,
Add another 5. Add another 5.
36.1,
Add
46,
4. Add
50,
7.
57.
57 points of damage.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Speaking
That
of
would include the
negatives,
burning of a key.
yeah.
It's just paste.
Speaking of negatives, you have reduced Commander Holmes to what looks like the attempt to recycle his armor. That you want to make it as compact as possible, before it gets picked
You
up.
put him in a can crusher.
And you have just taken this once like stout and just visibly physically imposing creature and smashed him down to essentially a somewhat polished and bloodied trash can.
I'm so excited.
He just kind of almost probably is 3-4 inches deeper in the ground than ground level at this point. And needless to say, your verbose and verbally jarring friend has met his maybe just brutal demise at this point.
Yep. And just spit on the corpse of you do not even deserve this violation of vows. Your death be unpleasant. And then I still got more to do.
I'm sure.
Yep, it sure the fuck was.
So this flame priest has not really been hit just yet. So let's walk over to him.
And there goes my phone.
And would you say that out loud?
Yes, he would.
Okay. Just reach down with the giant hand, just grab him round the chest, and that's my grapple. He's just literally lifting him off his feet.
I thought you were gonna like throw him across the bridge.
I was too.
No, he just set this up perfectly.
Beautiful.
So that'd be an athletics check for. I'm going to add the bardic inspiration I got before to that because why not? 21, add 7, 28.
All right.
This is so fun.
So what you want me to do is you want me to see if a cloth wearing caster can roll a what now? A 20 what?
28.
Okay.
20
So
anything.
he needs to roll a 29.
Just for my own entertainment, I'm going to roll 2d20 and see if I can get that. The answer is no. With 2d20 plus the +1 to strength, it is a 17. Okay, cool. So,
That's my turn.
Giant, squishy pyromaniac wearing his jammies getting crushed by a giant with glowing tattoos. Do I have that right? Yes?
Pretty
Awesome.
much.
Okay, cool. Grax, sensing apparently part of a plan, your synchronicity with your party mates in
I would step back so Grax has a place to land when he jumps.
We are all immediately best friends.
So that is just within my movement range. So I am going to run and leap.
Okay.
And lead with my halberd, with my glaive.
Okay.
So I am in the air coming down crossbody.
Go ahead and give me an athletics check for the jump. And then if you make it your momentum, I will give you advantage on the attack roll because, there's a chance that this thing isn't going to turn out in your favor. Don't sleep on those archers, son. They're coming for you.
Well, I have advantage on that. I don't need it, but I have it.
That's what I'm saying. I was like, yeah, that's especially generous for no fucking reason.
That's a nat 20 for the athletics check.
Okay, cool. They'll long jumper form. Like you got the arms chugging, your feet are chugging underneath you. Carl Lewis, 1992, 88. I don't know.
I was thinking one of those water lizards that runs across the
They're always awkward as hell.
I'm so glad you gave me advantage on that attack too.
Cool, good.
Because that's a nat 20.
The cause of my own
Oh my
demise.
god.
So
Always.
at the last moment, Sol is going to let go, just kind of pitch, so you can come down and strike.
And duck.
You're the T in the T-ball.
Okay, so we have full damage is 18.
Okay. Hold on.
Plus another damage die. That's another 18.
Okay.
And then I get to roll one more because of brutal critical. That's another 9.
Okay.
So what's that? 30, 45?
45.
Something like that.
And now I'm going to take my
that many
second
hit
attack.
points.
And now I'm going to go again. Go ahead.
That's a 23.
Yeah. Like I said, my man's wearing his jammies.
It's another 18. damage.
So,
Ooh, so that's 50.
yeah,
Is he still is he still alive?
he is not. As
Okay.
you come across like a flying weighted lawn dart, what you just come in at him with a stab, land, and
No,
come
come
back.
straight down.
Actually, Grax, do you have another attack?
I have a bonus attack. Yes.
In that case, if you allow it, Manny, I'm gonna flare a rune. I'm gonna flare the where is it? Give me a second. Let me find the rune name. I'm gonna.
Can you just do that as a
flare
free action?
the cloud rune. Once per turn I can flare a cloud rune, and I'm going to take a rune is going to form on the front of this flame priest's chest, and a similar rune is going to form on the chest of the archer who broke free of the synaptic static, and that damage is going to convert to them.
Okay.
So try and take out an archer, and then you get 3 attacks against this guy.
So you are attacking its
John
lifeless.
looks like it's his birthday.
You're attacking the lifeless body,
For good
and yet there's
measure.
an archer
For
that's
good
going to be
measure.
really confused. Yes.
Pretty much.
Okay.
I like
Alright.
this.
The archer's going to be taking this damage.
Like, what the hell is he doing? Yo,
Technical
man, he's
mechanics-wise.
already dead. Ow!
Yep.
All right, go.
That's 11 points of damage.
Okay.
And that goes to the archer number 3.
Okay. So is everybody is both in awe of your athletic kind of raging prowess, as well as the giant essentially like lobbing you up a priest to stab? After you've brought your just vicious vengeance down upon it, and you go to stab it again, its lifeless body, the archers seem confused, especially the one that is suddenly overcome by a deep stabbing sensation in its own chest. Taking that damage. Okay. Grax, you have anything else, man? Like, seriously.
No, that's it.
Okay.
That's it.
Cool. Great. Love it. Seriphione.
Oh, just wait.
How do you
I
respond
know.
to
It's
that?
like, Seriphione, I can't wait to... Oh, hold on. Let me get rid of the priest so we're not confused here.
You
Right.
might need counters again in a second.
That's fine.
Seriphione is watching this, and her fangs are baring as she's just grinning wider and wider, just counting the 1 of the druid, the 2 paladins, the priest, and perfect, the last guy, the jackass. Is going to
So
move.
it's what I think it is.
And I'm gonna move right here, which she says, "Give me their fucking bones. I'll show them a savage." And cast Dance Macabre, and
I love the spell so much.
every corpse within 60 feet of me immediately stands up, and I don't quite know the difference myself between zombies and skeletons. Give me 1 sec.
I know skeletons
And
have...
zombies still have flesh of them.
And skeletons have... mechanically, they're capable of working longbows. Because there's a necromancer build that involves just like a bunch of skeletons that you use as like an archery company, and you just lob a shit ton of arrows at everybody as a wizard in charge of like an archery company.
That just reminds me of the peasant cannon now. That just reminds me of the peasant cannon.
All right, so that's
I
gonna
think
be,
I'm gonna go.
That's gonna be everybody.
Yep, I know. I've been
Okay.
counting. I'm gonna turn the commander, because he's the only one that I think will have a bow, into a skeleton, and the rest into zombies. Sorry, the paladins too, I guess, into skeletons. I forgot about them for a sec.
Okay,
Oh yeah, there's very little left of the commander. So
Yeah,
there's skeletons.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much of him
I'm-
stands up.
All right,
I'm just
soda
watching
can
this
shape
from across the other side, and then I turn around and get frightened by life as the druid resurrects.
what the hell? I just
And-
killed you.
And so, as my bonus action, I can mentally command them, but I speak as I do, and I say punish, and I'm ordering them to attack the archers
nice.
in any way that they can.
Do they all act now, or is this a standing order for when it comes to their turn? Which, oh, by the way,
Who's next?
the paladins are next, and then Commander Holmes and the paladins are next.
They will move during their next turn.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
I think technically you'd re-roll initiative, but it's easy just to use that.
Yeah,
initiative.
I was like, this piece of paper is already a mess with hit points and a bunch of scratches in it. All right. Is there anything else you would like to do?
That's my movement, my bonus, and my action, so I'm good.
That seems like a sufficient amount. Right now. That seems like a sufficient amount of chaos.
This is like the capstone of the character I built. I'm so happy I got to use it.
So, all right.
Dance Macabre is so fun.
Okay. And so what did they occupy their own stat blocks now? Or different stat blocks?
Yeah. Okay. As zombies or skeletons, respectively.
Okay. Commander Holmes is a zombie?
He's a skeleton because they can use bows.
Okay.
So are the paladins, and then the casters are zombies because I'm assuming they didn't have any kind of bows on them.
Okay. Let me just do this to keep my own sanity for whatever it's worth.
I was gonna say
I'm just gonna go ahead and just, for sake of argument, say the elemental dissipated, so there's not even a corpse because I imagine that's a key part. Okay. All right, let me get a skeleton.
I'm fully expecting the druid zombie to just fall off that fucking log, but you know.
All right, let me get some new stat blocks here for what they are. All right, so the skeleton of Commander Holmes is going to make his way over.
Making his way
downtown tonight. Very fitting, Vanessa Carlson. Is going to take a hell of a slash at Archer number 4. That's actually going to hit.
He doesn't have debuffs anymore. He can hit things now.
Yeah, he can. Yep. And you see this Archer completely unaware of, much more impressed by the raising of the dead in front of them to not see their super huge, imposing commander behind them. And it's going to come up and he's just going to slash the shit out of them in the back. And that's going to be that turn. What's their command to the archers?
Yeah, it's punish. So it's just the commands to attack the archers, take them out in any way that they can. So if that requires, like, the druid probably has to move into position to do so, for example. But it's, hey, this is your task right now. It's like Gaius style. I'm also pretty sure the paladins are gonna eat shit on the bridge, but it'll be funny.
All right.
Back that you brought them all back.
Falling through the holes.
Yeah. Return to nature, bitch.
The druid is going to just begin lumbering towards the archers.
Oh yeah, zombies go straight.
And
I forgot.
Because it's a gnome and this water is quite deep, as it makes its way down the embankment, it is just going to continue down, and eventually the water is going to cover its head. All right, so that's the
druid. Right there.
That's the druid. That's that. The paladins as well are going to just begin to make their way.
They are skeletons, so if they have bows, they are capable.
They are capable, but they didn't have them when they were alive. The commander does, though. So they're just going to kind of just lumber down through the water with the heavy current, and they're not quite as self-aware or unable to control their bodies. The current is going to kind of drift them down just a little bit as they are incapable of kind of adjusting on the move. All right, so it's those two assholes. The commander's gone. All right, let's get to people I actually get to say what they do. The 4 archers being quite mesmerized by Seriphione.
My bullshit.
All 4 of them are going to shoot at you.
Oh no.
Oh
I was hoping one would attack me.
Actions have consequences.
Archer.
3 of them
Oh,
have
yeah.
the negative d6.
24.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Oh, okay, hold on.
They're also at disadvantage.
Okay, hold on. All right, so let's just do this again.
Is it
All right.
disadvantage or negative d6?
Both.
Oh no, yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. Sorry, I don't
Just a
think it's
negative.
disadvantage.
Okay, so it's just a minus d6.
Yeah,
Right.
I was
Yeah.
getting confused with another effect
Okay,
that was on somebody.
then it is going to be a 19 and a 17.
Both hit.
Okay. All right. You are going to take.
Got the poison.
Oh shit.
That's why I wanted one of them to attack me.
Yeah,
all right.
fair.
You are going
Infect
to take.
missile.
Ooh, that's not good. You're going to take 12 piercing damage from the arrows. Constitution saving throw, please.
Let's go with this one. This one's been rolling good. That's a 1.
Ooh, oh no.
Oh no.
Fine, I'm having a good time.
I'm here for a good time, not a long time.
Oh yeah, that's
That's
pretty
the whole
much.
point of one shots.
6, 11, 14. You were only going to take, well, only is relative, 16 damage as a poison flows through your veins. However, this poison was not intended for your kind. So it's just kind of regular poison instead of double secret probation poison.
Your
Only
bitch
look
poison
like
does
a
nothing.
lizard, you're not actually a lizard.
What's that?
Said you only look like a lizard, you're
Yeah.
not actually a lizard.
Yeah.
That's so good. I forgot about that.
Yes.
They just thought they were about to wreck my shit, and I'm like, I'm good.
Yeah. Like, ow. Alright, so that's it for them. Trym, it is you now, with a whole bunch of chaos going on the board.
So much chaos. And like mostly just going, well, we're not going to get paid now because you killed him in a very violent way.
I have a quick question. In 5e, is there any penalty for that archer having fired next to a melee combatant?
No.
No.
If they were firing at a melee combatant, then there would be disadvantage, but firing
Understood.
when there's a melee combatant next to you has no effect.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, you're good.
Alright, yeah, Trym, go nuts. Rain fire
All right.
down upon them.
I'm going to. Just a little bit.
I'm getting there.
Just a
calm
little
down.
bit of fire. I'm going to cast Zephyr Strike,
Okay.
which adds another
Oh,
d8
that's
of damage, and I still have 10 flaming arrows. And
This is
start
just being nuts. Sorry.
going to shoot the number 3 archer that doesn't have any debuffs on him first.
Okay.
It's 24
Yes.
to hit.
What's the range?
150.
Okay, that'll do it.
Yeah.
Uh,
Longbows have
also, the
ridiculous
second
range.
one
Range.
broke out of synaptic static.
Okay.
Okay.
That
Target
is
found.
16 points of damage.
Woo. Okay.
4 of that was flame.
All right. Not as amused. Do not like giving or getting as good as they give. As you shoot this archer square in the chest, also flaming. And what else? What else did you do to this poor thing?
That was just an extra d8.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just pulled it back extra far.
Yeah.
And let it go. Okay. What else?
I will shoot him again if he's still up.
Yep.
That is That is a 25.
To hit, yes.
Yep, to hit. That is. Okay, that is 15 points of piercing and 4 points of flame damage.
As you rear back at the one clear-headed archer, well, the longestly clear-headed archer, you're going to pull back extra hard with your flaming arrow and just send a guided missile of ill intent that is going to hit this archer square in the chest. The arrow on fire is going to pierce their armor, set their jerkin on fire, and envelop them underneath their non-flammable leather armor as they just kind of immolate from the inside. And this one falls into a flaming dead pile. Oops, not that one. That one. Killing it dead. Okay, cool. Yeah, it was pretty nasty. What else you got?
I'm just going to move up here some distance.
Okay.
And that will be it.
All right. Trym. The casters. Okay, let's see.
Hey Manny,
Yes.
did that flame priest get a chance to act on his zombie turn?
This is their turn. I divide up
got it.
casters and marshals. With the druid
Understood.
making the wrong side turn. So
Understood. Sorry.
they're going to kind of mindlessly climb over the. Whoops! I don't want to make you bigger. Try to climb over the rope railing. Let's make them make an athletics check. I don't think zombies are particularly dexterous. Oh no! Oh no!
No.
As it kind of butts up against the rope kind of railing of the bridge, trying to make its most direct route to the archers, it's going to hit it about waist high and just let its momentum carry it over, so it goes head first and topples into the water and is going to drift downstream just a little bit before coming to rest against one of the paladins. The druid.
Seriphione is in her fucking element.
The druid is somehow considered martial. That's going to be that. Casters. Rockjaw back up at the top. You have a bunch of zombie friends, and then as far as the enemies go, just 3 archers left.
3 archers left. Can I just head straight north 40 feet, heading towards the archers? Please.
Yep. Okay, so
And you said going up was difficult terrain.
1, 2,
correct?
3, 4, 5, 6.
So probably be stuck about halfway up.
Yeah. You're going to be to right there.
Did you take the leap feat that
I was-
Harangon get that you can jump your movement speed?
Oh, no. That's a good point. My, what's it called? I know what you mean now.
Bounding leaps or something?
It's,
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Rabbit hop, I think it's
Yeah.
called.
Hippity hoppity.
Yeah, literally.
Get on
I'm
hoppity.
going to use hippity hoppity, my racial trait, to menacingly hop up this embankment.
Rabbit hop. As a bonus action, you can jump 20 feet without provoking opportunity attacks. You can only use this trait if your speed is greater than 0, and you can use it 4 times. Oh, thank you for the reminder.
Awesome.
You're
So
welcome.
you are going to
I just built a Harangon Barbarian, so
you are going to make your way down across the river and up the embankment, and in your kind of inherent way, crouch down like low kangaroo style and spring upwardly to the bank right in front of this archer.
And then I'm going to attack him. I think. Yes.
Hello there, very, very Kenobi, but from the bottom, not falling in from the top.
That'll be a 29 to hit.
Yes.
Okay, I will do the D. Hang on. Number, I think it's a D12 plus 6. Yeah, D12 plus 6. So that'll be a 9, 12 slashing for the first attack.
Okay.
Oof. Probably not going to hit an 11.
No. I think that's the first
Nope.
time one of you has missed today. So well done.
Yeah, that would be my that would be my natural 1 plus 10.
Okay.
So that'll be my end of turn.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see what we've got going on. All right, Saul. Yeah, you're big. You were throwing a priest to a lizard-born companion a minute ago. Yeah, I don't even know what's going on anymore.
I am now pissed that these archers were attacking my tiefling friend, and so I am going to go after them.
Friends.
And I'm just going to march over, use my full movement to get there, and just, you should have surrendered, but now your sins and crimes have been recorded, set, and painted upon the tapestry of history.
Kick him
The
over
Lord
the-
Alliance has disowned you, and the Emerald Enclave damns you. Say hello to your makers. Just as I'm walking up, a new set of runes that I'm yet to illuminate start to glow. Just a pitch black, and shadow starts to seep out and start to curl around my arms as I bonus action trigger a different set of runes, which gives me now 15 feet of range. So I can actually hit them despite my distance.
Okay.
And first attack will be against the one that Rockjaw is on.
Okay.
Perfect.
And does an 18 hit?
It does.
Okay, so let me do. I do that. I'm gonna burn a key, so I add that, and then these give a d6 force, so I add that. Okay,
Yahtzee.
You know.
very much so. So that's 8, 12, 16, 17, 22 points of damage.
Okay.
It is now poisoned,
Oh, cool.
so Archer 1 is now poisoned. And now I turn my attention to Archer number 2
Okay.
and make an attack against them.
All right.
This time it's going to be 1d and 2d6 if I hit. I'm going to guess a 23 hits.
It does.
Nice. Oh, so 6, 12, 15, 20 points of damage to them,
Okay.
which is a mix of bludgeoning and force damage.
Okay. This one escapes
And that's my
poison.
turn. Yeah, I didn't. I can only use the physician hands once
Okay.
per turn. And that's my turn.
All right. Okay.
If it's not obvious, Soul's design is very much the longer he's in combat, the more he can stack dice, which I really do love.
Unfortunately, this combat only has but a set duration left. So yeah, I hope that you've done a lot of things. I mean, I'm terrified to wonder if you're like, wow, wait till I see the big one. Like, dude, seriously?
So currently I'm rolling 2d6. Oh, on max, it's 3d6 plus a d8. I could be doing 4d6 and a d8.
Cool. Yeah.
This build is fun.
And then if you were me, you'd roll all those dice and get like 4. Yay. All right.
Yes, that's my turn.
Grax.
I am going to move to here, which is my full movement,
Okay.
and attack that archer
All right.
because fuck that guy.
Fuck all of you, but this guy in particular.
Yeah. So that's a 25 to hit.
Okay. Yes.
That's 17 damage.
Okay.
Second attack. That's a 24 to hit.
Okay.
That's 18 damage.
Ooh, okay.
And because why not? The bonus attack with the butt end. That's a nat 20.
Okay.
So that's
I love it here.
12. 16. 20 points of damage.
This archer has been always in a very pure pose, down on one knee, steady, aimed, And as you come down with your slashes and finish with the butt end of your glaive, you literally cave their face in. Their profile becomes much more very flat as you hear the crunch of the skull as the body just kind of bludgeoning and dead hangs on the end of your glaive. Okay, so that's archer number 4. Now dead. Anything else that... No? Cool. Alright. Seriphione, what do you got this time?
Thank you for the face palm. I feel so good about myself. Nothing too crazy this turn, actually, because I'm poisoned, so and I can't reach anybody, so I'm going to use Lesser Restoration on myself to get rid of that pesky poison.
Okay.
Why is it doing that? Give me a sec.
It's a very, very modest choice in given the course of things today.
Circumstances. Yeah.
I don't have a whole lot of stuff to do, and
I've already done all the crazy
stuff that
shit.
I do have to do. Yeah, I did all my crazy shit, and like nothing that I have left to do is like I'm not within range right now, and I don't want to jump across that bridge while I'm poisoned because I'll eat shit. So I'm gonna heal myself first, and then I'm going to. By the way, Seriphione is making full-on like ooh eyes at Saul at this point, so granting him bardic inspiration. Because like he's just done all this like spooky scary shit just by talking, and it's been great. And then she's going to try to get across the bridge.
Okay.
Can I do an acrobatics check for that?
Yes.
Okay.
Not going for a swim.
Well, I mean, we'll see if I
Maybe. Who knows? We'll see.
maybe. Probably. Honestly, that's a 14.
You're going to try to make your way across what's left of the kind of damaged boards and balance. You're going to slip, and just as you fall, give me a strength check to see if you can kind of catch yourself and not fall.
That is the funniest sentence you've ever said.
I mean, maybe.
Well,
I don't know.
actually,
I say a lot of things.
I rolled a 15, so it's a 14.
Okay. You're going to manage to grab onto one of the undamaged planks surrounding the on the bridge, and you are going to just make it to the other side without falling in the water.
All right, nice. Surprising. She is utterly shocked. I got
You hear Roxy
Do I
clapping from the other side.
take a small bow. Do I have any movement left?
No, that's going to be...
Fair enough. I figured.
Rolls up a
fair.
9.
All right, so a very responsible and move that doesn't make my brain hurt, so thanks.
All the guys are dead.
Well, this is your turn, Redux. So, it's zombie time.
Zombie time.
Yeah. Are they still zombies? Is that... Yeah, right? It's not just
It's
one...
a concentration spell, and I haven't. Did I get poisoned after my turn last round?
Yes.
Then I need to make concentration checks. I forgot. Or just 2 of them, right? Because I got hit twice.
Yes.
Okay. There are no zombies.
Okay.
Sorry, I forgot that.
That's fine. I'm really interested in going again anyway. Alright, so they're dead, they're dead again. Alright, so what does it look like? 2 archers and a... Okay. Okay, so that's that. Oh, okay. The archers, the actual whole point of this, still good to go. Once again, the 2 remaining archers are going to... Alright, one of them gets to roll straight up now. Neat. Firing arrows at Seriphione. Still thinking. It's going to be the one that's broken free of synaptic static is going to be a 22 to hit.
That will fight me.
And then the other one's going to be a -3 to hit. So no. Okay, so.
Am I really their biggest problem right now?
Right.
Oh,
I mean,
is
like,
Arch one
literally
is disadvantage?
no. Huh?
Yeah, Arch one is disadvantage because they're poisoned. Sorry.
You're good. All right, disadvantage and minus a d6. Cool. That makes my head hurt.
Orange one is not minus a d6 because he's orange.
No, Archer one. Sorry.
Yeah, Archer one.
Archer one.
Yeah,
Archer one
sorry.
is, yeah.
Okay,
No.
I'm gonna like if this d20 is moving east at 30 miles an hour and you subtract a d6, how many apples are in the cart? I'm gonna go with no. I rolled an 18 and a 7, so the 7 at disadvantage, +3 minus 6. No.
10.
Okay, thank
10
you.
minus 6.
Thank you. No.
Yeah.
And
So Tiffany's just like, Soul's kind of dreamy
um,
after almost eating shit.
okay, and then all right, the one that
Walk through the gap in the bridge.
okay, the one without synaptic static did hit. Jesus Christ. They're going to do 2 piercing damage. I do need a Constitution saving throw from you.
Oh, sorry, that's me. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
A 2, which comes to a total of like 4, maybe.
Okay.
It's not a 1.
7. 7 points of damage. Jesus.
So what was the total damage that I received? I missed the first bit.
It'd be 9. You got 2 piercing, then 7 poison.
Thank you. Yes.
Got it, thank you.
Yes. 9.
And I'm poisoned again.
Okay, that's it for the archers, marshals. Just making sure I don't miss anybody. Trym, it is on to you. Archer number 1, very much not doing well. Very nonplussed at the current situation. And Archer 2, while seeming to be clear of mind, only slightly better than Archer 1.
Okay, and how are you doing, Seriphione?
Not feeling my best. Kind of bloodied over here, but I'll be good until the end of the. They're gonna die before I die. Like make them dead, and then I'll be fine. And she's also yelling this across the bridge.
Right,
So they
that's
can
fine.
definitely
They
hear.
don't look very well. Don't worry about me.
Make it so, number 1.
I look like shit. They look worse. Kill them.
They look like shit, they look like crap.
I'm going to use Zephyr Strike again, cast Zephyr Strike again.
Okay.
I still have 8 flaming arrows. And I'm going to go for number 2.
Okay.
And that is 27. to
Yes.
hit.
Unsure of herself? Yes. 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 Emphatic. Yes.
It's the math. It's the math that I'm unsure.
If your map
Okay.
says 20, if you have to do 20 something in your head, just stop.
Okay. That is. Hold on, the brain's gotta. There's so many numbers. And then a d8. So that is 24 points of damage, 4 of which is fire damage.
Okay. You were going to hit Archer 2 once again, square in the chest. Also on fire. This one, the arrow is just going to go clean through. Smell of kind of burnt cotton, little singed metal kind of fills the air. And the arrow's so strong and so true, flying through Archer number 2. Saul's going to have to kind of give a little olay with one leg to not become...
Deflect myself, I'll just catch it.
Good.
Yeah.
Here, throws it back. Use this one again.
I mean, technically I could do a key point to throw it at Archer 1, if I got to roll that.
Do it.
All right, and so I will shoot
I've only
Archer
got one
one.
key point left.
You've got Bardic Inspiration too.
Here's somebody's gonna survive. There's like 30 to hit.
Yes. The
You said it's 2, how about 3?
The conversation about 20 applies to 30 and numbers larger as well.
What about like 40?
All right, and then that is 15 regular damage and 6 fire damage.
Okay. How does your second of consecutive arrow volleys end the life of this archer and this detachment of the Lord's Alliance army?
I'm gonna say like right through the eye. Like just pull it back and trying to go over the people that I like and just get him right in the eye.
Need to trip to the optician.
As the archer stands in their stance, essentially looking straight down the shaft of their arrow, just right along perfectly, just above it, right into theirs, through it, and down, vanquishing the last of Commander Helms's military detachment sent to harass and loot the historic cultural sites of this indigenous tribe. And while the tribe may not be brought to civility, their anger at their statues being defiled by foreign invaders who wish to raid their temples, you are sure that going from aiding the Lord's Alliance to most likely being hunted by them is in your very near future, as well as any reactions that the tribe would have at your provocation of violence against the Lord's Alliance. And while all this feeling of unsettledness settles in, you potentially feel satisfied that at least you may have stopped some grave robbing and some cultural pillaging. And with that, we will bring tonight's adventure, the Faceless Temple, to a merciful conclusion for my sake, because my head hurts.
This is why my DM told me to stop playing bards.
And if I may, just as kind of add to the closing of the story, Saul would immediately try to seek contact with the Emerald Enclave and ensure that the proper treaties of the Enclave and the Alliance are upheld. One protects nature, one protects civilization, and it's a balance between them that one shall not encroach upon the other.
So
which is in clear violation here.
The sequel is essentially a faction warfare of Emerald Enclave, Militant Lords Alliance, and a barbarian tribe of lizard folk, which is about the perfect alliance to come as a result of this game as I could possibly foresee. So, well done to you all. Thank you for turning this seemingly intentionally kind of cultural awareness adventure into just gonna save a bunch of tribal people. So yes, thank you all so much. That was a lot more fun than it probably had any right to be. So we have solved the problem, maybe created bigger ones.
Solved your racist puzzle.
But racist people are dead, and that's always a victory in Dungeons and Dragons and in life. So as our roleplay carries through, hopefully into non-violent ways into the real world, we would like to take this moment to just kind of have our little fun with colonialism and, the kind of generally pillaging of indigenous sites. So, David, Roxy, your first times. How did it go?
It is now 5 a.m. for me, but I really enjoyed it. So, playing a new character, stroke race, stroke class is always a challenge at the best of times, but I had a great time. Thank you.
Awesome. It's great to have you. And like I said, I'm glad we got to finally do this after trying to get
Yeah.
together for a while. Miss Roxy, how'd it go? What'd you think? This is what your husband
It
does
was
every
fun.
once
It
in a
was
while.
also my first time playing a ranger. So it was fun. I liked it.
Good. We're glad to have had you. We hope you had fun. Sam, this kind of closes out your consecutive streak of appearances here on the show. You've done what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shows in a row? A real good kind of jumping in after being your DM sessions were your first appearances here, yeah?
Yes, that was my first time on the
So
channel.
from DMing 2 sessions to a kind of chaotic 3, thank you for not only DMing for me when you had the chance, but also for coming out and kind of seeing all this. I hope you had a good time.
Oh yeah, it's been a hell of a lot of fun, just the whole thing as well as today's session as well. Especially because I got to fulfill one of my goals in Dungeons & Dragons. I got to grapple and beat up a dinosaur.
Cool.
Next is to do the same thing to a dragon and a giant.
During the kaiju battle.
You missed that game.
Yeah.
You missed that game.
Yeah.
We did that.
Yeah. You suplexed a dragon, yes? Or a giant?
Yes.
Okay.
So I suplexed the dragon.
That's right. John, you wanted to be a lizard folk. I let you be a lizard folk. I had this elaborate trap.
To be a T-Rex.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Here I am glossing over once again the kaiju portion of this show. You have a good time, buddy. It was good to see you. Doing you and with a little help from our very talented and kind of creative thinking bard. You got to be a dinosaur, my friend. How was that?
That was amazing. That is epitome of having fun. I mean, it's just one of those.
Gonna be super jealous.
Yeah.
Who is?
Our son.
I predict
I
predict a night of dinosaur sounds in the house. Potentially even having a hard time getting things out of the cabinet. Baby, you help me. I can't reach the balls. I'm still a T-Rex. No, you're not. Stop it. Thank you, as always, for coming, being your typical barbarian self, being awesome as well, and bringing your wife with you to kind of see what you do. And I'm not letting you play with that crazy man again. Let you be a dinosaur. Now I got to live with it. It was just his problem for a couple of hours.
Roxy, if it makes you feel better, I can turn you into a dinosaur next time you play.
Nice. All right, and we will finish up with, we're going to call the head wrangler of chaos tonight. Raising zombies, turning the barbarian into a dinosaur, and then crippling the archers, putting the statues back together. Robin, thank you.
Bards.
It was a lot of fun.
Thank you.
I hope for all of your pressure about playing a bard with everything that we've discussed, that you feel like you did your bardiest of bards here tonight.
Absolutely did. I do want to let you know that I was this close. Like, the decision that I made last night to play a bard instead, the other character I was going to play was not lawful neutral. So it would have been a little bit different.
I'm sure somehow less chaotic somehow.
Significantly. That was a Path of the Zealot grave cleric multi-class, I want to say. Significantly more like calm and collected mom figure.
Oh, that's right, you did mention that.
Seriphione is not.
What was I doing? Oh, I was out at dinner last night. I was like, why do I vaguely remember this conversation? I was like, I'd had a lot to drink.
Yeah, I'm Robin. I'm Bardlock Cafe on Twitter, and I have lived up to half of that today. And bards are my bread and butter. Like, it's just so fun to. I really enjoy letting other players shine through bonkers shit. Like, the bardic inspiration is like I love it. So that's I fell in love with my 3/5 bard, and I haven't really looked back, much to my DM's chagrin. Multiple DMs now at this point, I think.
I don't know what you're talking about. So you have seen this adventure that took quite the turn from where we intended it, and that's one of the great things about this game and the people who play it. And I try to say this as much as I can. I love Dungeons & Dragons and the people who play it, and tonight's session was the epitome of both parts of that sentence. Also a fitting kind of finale temporarily to our Wednesday show. We're going to be off until December 1st, when we will come back with 3 sessions that will close out our season, December 1st, 18th, and 15th. And the reason why we are going to be off until then is that next Tuesday, we will be back on Tuesday nights with our new persistent long-term campaign, Eberron Tranquility's Twilight. I've been working on it for 2 years. Our group is probably one of the most excited groups I've seen before a campaign. And we can't wait to bring it to you. So hopefully you can tune in next Tuesday, 7 p.m. here on the channel for that. Our brand new premiere, first show, new setting, new characters, everything. It's going to be great. To everybody who came out and played tonight, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. This whole thing, especially
Thank
to
you.
David and Sam, who played through like just an immense time frame and distance. I absolutely appreciate you. It was great. I hope you guys had as much fun as I did. To my United States peeps, hey, it's not too late. It's still not nearly, but it's still not too late. Thank you all for coming out. Our 2 first timers, David and Roxy, you guys are absolutely great. I hope to have you back soon. And that's going to be it for us tonight. I'm exhausted emotionally. My brain hurts. That was a lot of math. It's fine.
Not sorry.
It's the
I'm only
good,
a little sorry.
It's the good kind of brain hurt. Like exercise.
You
Not that I know what that's like, but I heard.
Do you know what I was gonna do to your druid?
No.
I was gonna cast slow on him and the elemental. And I was like, oh man, everybody's gonna have math on them, but I gotta do it. But then
That's fine. So yeah, we're even hearing about the chaos we didn't quite get to because they showed an ounce of benevolence and be like, Manny's got enough going on with everything, so I'm just gonna let it be. So thanks.
no,
Have you seen
it's just that the druid died first.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, have you seen what I put in the Zoom chat? I decided to calculate if Sol gets up to speed, what his max damage output would be and average damage output would be.
134, which would have killed
Everyone.
Holmes outright.
Yep.
And I think
that's his max damage on the all dice.
And I think the
That's how
T-Rex
much you
as
can
well.
potentially do.
The
I was
T-Rex.
gonna say, yeah, that
It would have killed the
T-Rex is
T-Rex
127.
outright as too. So
Yep.
yeah, this is the kind of chaos I bring upon myself in my need to be a dungeon master to such a great group of people.
Soul is a momentum build. The longer he fights, the worse it gets for people.
Cool. I'm glad that this one went quickly for things really got out of hand for me. So
2 more rounds and
We really made those archers watch.
Look, bro, we're coming for you. To everybody who watched tonight, thank you. I hope you had as much fun as I did. To our amazing players, thank you for really texting me my first night back on this side of the chair. Just an absolutely great session, just a great tone, so much fun, great role play. Thank you so much. Like I said, no show next week, next Wednesday, but we will see you hopefully Tuesday nights, 7 p.m. for the premiere of Eberron Tranquility's Twilight. Until the next time we see you, thanks for watching. I love Dungeons & Dragons and the people who play it, and we will see you next time. Bye-bye!